Hi friends, welcome back. In the last videos, just we had a discussion about what is JDBC, what is the JDBC architecture, next what is the JDBC API, like what are various basic terminology related to JDBC, what is the driver software, what is the statement like we covered. I hope now the basic terminology about JDBC it is very clear for you people, right? Okay, sir, now in this video just I want to talk about the most valuable important question for the interview room. How many types of drivers are available? What is the topic name, sir? Types of drivers. How many types of JDBC drivers are available? Okay, sir, before going how many types are there, just let me review what is the purpose of drivers are first, so that you people can aware. Sir, I have Java application is there, sir. Assume that it is a Java application. Are you getting that? I have Java application is there. Now I want to communicate with the database. Sir, assume it is the database. From Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, our Java specific calls we have to convert into database specific calls. Database specific calls we have to convert into Java calls. Are you getting that? Compulsory some translator is required to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls. This translator is nothing but driver software. Have you remembered, right? In the last videos we covered very clearly what is the need of driver software, sir. Sir, to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but one driver software. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now my question is how many types of drivers are available? Okay, like simple answer, sir. How many drivers are available? Sir, very important question for the interview room. Compulsory you people should have clear clarity about this one. How many drivers are available? Yes, 2, 3, 4 or thousands of drivers. Remember that in the market thousands of drivers are available, sir. Every day to day new drivers are going to be added. Remember, but all JDBC drivers are divided into 4 types based on the functionality and based on architecture. Remember this one. How the driver internally implemented. What is the architecture it follows. What is the functionality of this internal driver. Okay, like based on the functionality, based on the architecture, all these drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types, right? Remember this one. Sir, I will just provide what is the type 1 driver, what is the first driver. Automatically you have to tell the remaining driver names, sir. Remember this one. Sir, what is the first one, sir? What is the first one? Type 1 driver. What is the first category, sir? Type 1 driver is the first category, right? Can you spell out? What is the next one? What is the next one? Type 2 driver. What is the type 2 driver? Similarly, okay, type 3 driver. Type 3 driver. Next, type 4 driver, right? Okay, type 4 driver. So total JDBC drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types of drivers are there. In the interview room, if interview person is asking how many JDBC drivers are available, then immediately your answer should be 4, right? Sir, what is the first category? Type 1. What is the second one, sir? Type 2. Type 3, type 4. But anyway, for this, based on the functionality, some other names also available, right? Type 1 driver is also known as JDBC, ODBC bridge driver. Are you getting what is the other words, sir? For the type 1, JDBC, ODBC bridge driver, or simply some people may use bridge driver. Remember this one. Simply some people may use one bridge driver, right? Sir, type 2 driver. Type 2 driver is also known as partly Java, okay, partly Java native API driver, sir. Sir, very simple. Native API, partly Java driver. Type 2 driver is also known as what? Native API, partly Java driver, or simply native driver, or simply native driver, sir. This is the second driver is type 2 driver is also known as. The same way, type 3 drivers are. Type 3 driver is also known as, okay, all Java net protocol driver. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver. Network protocol driver, or simply other word we can use middleware driver. What is the other word, sir? Middleware driver, like. So this type 3 driver, also known as all Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver or simply middleware driver. Sir, same way, type 4 driver. Type 4 driver is also known as pure Java driver. Type 4 driver is also known as pure Java driver or okay, native protocol driver or sir, simple thin driver or simple, what is the other word, sir? Thin driver. Okay, remember. But anyway, don't worry about these words. Once I'm introducing the functionality of these drivers, then you can able to understand these parts clearly, right? But just simply remember, sir, how many types of JDBC drivers are there? How many types of JDBC drivers are there, sir? 4 types. So what is the first one? Type 1 driver, type 2 driver, type 3 driver, type 4 driver, right? Next, what is the purpose of driver software? To convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls. Some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but database driver. Clear, right? So most valuable important question for the entire room. In JDBC, how many types of drivers are available? Immediately the answer should be what? 4 types, right? But there is one small confusion point is there, sir. What is that point here is, observe that. Sir, basically, how many types of drivers are available, sir? 4 drivers, sir. But suddenly, very recently, okay, there is one software company named with Progress Data Direct. What is that company name, sir? Progress Data Direct. This company people are introduced one special third party driver. Sir, that driver they named as type 5 driver. Okay, sir, Progress Data Direct, a third party person introduced one driver. They are telling that it is the type 5 driver. But anyway, as of now, industry, JDBC, not JDBC, industry recognized the driver this. So in the interview room, if an interview person is asking how many types of drivers are available, simply you have to tell only 4 types of drivers only. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Clear for all of it? So make sure you people should aware, sir. Very important interview question we are discussing. In JDBC, what is the purpose of driver? How many types of drivers are there? Okay, to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but a driver. In JDBC, 4 types of drivers are available based on the functionality and architecture. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Other names are there, don't worry much. While discussing these drivers in detail, then I will repeat once again, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Just let me review up to this whatever we covered, right? Okay, just have a look once, sir. Listen this one. Sir, while here observe, just I spell out what is the purpose of driver, sir. While communicating with the database, we have to convert Java calls into database specific calls, Java calls into database specific calls, and the database specific calls into Java calls. Okay, for this driver software is required. Are you getting right? To convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator is required. That translator itself is nothing but driver software. Next, in the market, thousands of drivers are available, right? But based on functionality and the architecture, all drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types only. Remember that, sir. Very, very important question. How many types of drivers are there? What is the purpose of driver software? These 2 things you should aware. Sir, what is the first one? Type 1. Type 3, type 4 driver, right? Okay, there are 4 types of drivers are available. So type 1 driver, also known as JDBC ODBC bridge driver or simply bridge driver, right? Next, type 2 driver also known as native API, partly Java driver or simply native driver. Regarding it is internal uses some native libraries. I will explain. Sir, that's why native API, partly Java driver or native driver. Clear? Next, type 3 driver also known as all Java. Have you observed, right? It's purely developed in Java only. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver, sir. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver. This driver internally uses middleware server. That's why it is also known as middleware driver. Everyone can able to understand that, okay? That's all. This is the type 3. Next, type 4 driver, right? Type 4 driver also known as all Java native protocol driver or pure Java driver or simply thin driver. It is a Oracle specific terminology anyway. It is also known as a thin driver, right? Up to this is the clear, right? So I am repeating multiple times. If any person is asking in the interview room, do you know how many types of JDBC drivers are there? Go left and right. There are 4 types of JDBC drivers are available. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. If you are interested, you can spell out these words also. Okay, like next and after that, even there is a note also I provided, sir. Observe that Progress Data Direct Software Company introduced type 5 driver. It is not the industry standard driver. Even they introduced it, it's a third party software company, but the industry, sir, standard drivers are 4 only. Sir, they are introducing type 5 driver, but industry not yet recognized one JDBC standard driver. That's all. Are you able to understand basic introduction? What is the driver? How many types of drivers are there? What is the purpose of each driver, right? Okay. If you feel comfortable, in the next I will talk about what is the architecture of type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, type 5. Next, how we can use these drivers for our JDBC programming, I will explain so that you people can get much clarity in the subject. Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos just we had a discussion about, sir, what are various types of JDBC drivers, what is the architecture of each driver, what are the advantages, limitations of each driver, like we covered in detail, sir. Sir, now with that knowledge, now I'm ready to go for the what are various standard steps for developing our JDBC application. Sir, almost around 2 to 3 hours I will spend the complete basic theory to develop JDBC application, and with several interview questions by default will be covered, sir. That's why, sir, more concentration must be required for next 2 to 3 hours. Are you getting? Sir, standard steps for developing JDBC application, right? To develop any JDBC application, okay, what are various standard steps are there, sir? The first step, of course, we covered, sir, very briefly in the last session, but now I have to talk in detail, sir. What is the first step? Load and register. Load and register driver class. Are you getting what is the first one, sir? Load and register driver class. Sir, once driver class loaded and registered, now we have to establish connection from Java application to database. Are you getting? Sir, what is the second one, sir? Establish connection. Establish connection between Java application and the database. Are you getting? Established connection between Java application and the database. Are you getting? This is the second one we have to do. So what is the first step, sir? Load and register driver class. Second one, sir, establish connection between Java application and the database. Sir, now what is the third one we have to talk? Sir, once connection is ready, I have to send my SQL query to the database. To send and execute SQL query to the database, sir, we required one vehicle. That vehicle is nothing but what? Statement object. In the last classes I covered clearly, right? Sir, prepare or create statement object. Are you getting what is the third step, sir? Create statement object. Okay, like, sir, once statement object is ready, Sir, now we are in a position to send and execute SQL query. That's why what is the next step, sir? Send and execute. Send and execute SQL query. Sir, I want to send and execute SQL query. Once we send and execute SQL query, now you will get the result, sir. Most of the times, result is going to come in the form of result set. That's why process result from the result set. Are you getting? Process result from result set. I have to process the result from result set. Sir, now what is the next step we have to discuss, right? Close connection. Are you getting that? What is the next step, sir? Close connection. That's all. Are you getting? If any person is asking, can you please tell what are various standard steps for developing JDBC application? These are the 6 steps you have to explain, sir. Of course, I will spend 2 to 3 hours only for these steps so that you will get much clarity on the concept. Can you spell out, sir, what is the first step? Load and register driver class. What is the second one, sir? Establish connection between Java application and the database. Sir, once connection is ready, to send our SQL query to the database, sir, which is statement, which object is required? Statement object. Create statement object. Next, send and execute SQL query. Sir, by using statement object, happily we can send and execute our SQL query. Once we send and execute SQL query, now I will get the result. Sir, process a result from result set. What is the last one, sir? Close connection. These are various standard steps are there to develop JDBC application. I will explain all these steps in detail. Up to this is the clear, right? Okay. Now it's very clear for you people. Sir, what are various standard steps for developing JDBC application? Sir, 6 steps are there. Now let me talk about the first important step. Load and register driver class. Are you getting what is our first step, sir? Load and register driver class. Just in the last classes I covered already what is driver software, what is the driver class. Just a few minutes let me explain, and then for this activity what we have to do, that part I will discuss, right? Sir, I have Java application is there. Assume that this is a Java application, right? Sir, I want to communicate with the database. Are you getting? I want to communicate with the database from Java application. From Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, sir, some special software is required. That special software is nothing but driver software. Are you getting? So from Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, okay, some special software is required, which is nothing but what? Driver software. Have you remembered in the last sessions I covered already, sir? What is the need of this driver software? To convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls. Sir, this driver software acts as translator. So if you want to communicate with the database, compulsory required software is driver software. So usually driver softwares are available in the form of jar file. Are you getting? In the form of which files, sir? Jar file. That's why first step we have to make this driver software available to our Java program. For that, the corresponding jar file we have to place inside class path. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, step number 1. If you want to communicate with the database, first activity what we require to do, sir, driver software we have to make it available in the class path. Clear for all of you, right? So most of the times driver softwares are available in the form of jar file. That jar file we have to place in the class path. Clear, right? But here one small thing you have to be aware. Type 1 driver is there, sir. Do you know? Type 1 driver is also known as JDBC, ODBC bridge driver. Have you remembered in the last sessions I told? Sir, type 1 driver, okay, is available by default at the part of JDK. Are you getting? That's why it is already available with the Java software. We are not required to set any class path if you are going to use a type 1 driver. But if you are using type 2, type 3, type 4 in the future, yes, compulsory we require to place jar file. Clear for all of it, okay? But anyway, sir, with respect to type 1, I will explain. Don't worry about that. For type 1 driver software is automatically available at the part of JDK. We are not required to set explicitly. Clear, right? Every driver software is identified with some special class. Have you remember, right? Every driver software identified with some special class, which is also known as driver class. Okay, in the last classes I explained, sir, every driver software identified with some special class, which is nothing but what? Driver class. Sir, for type 1 driver, what is the corresponding driver class, right? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. Are you getting? What is the corresponding class name, sir? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. This is the corresponding class name. Sir, we have to load and register this driver class. Remember that, sir. Sir, if you are working with any driver software, sir, only 2 activities we have to do. First one, make sure driver software available in the class path. That is the corresponding jar file available in the class path. For type 1 driver, we are not required to do anything because it is a part of JDK. Next, for every driver software, corresponding driver class is available. We have to load and register that driver class. But to load and register this driver class, sir, what method we have to call? Sir, usually which method I want to load a driver class, which method we are going to use, sir? Do you know? Class dot for name method. Sir, class dot for name. You can load any Java class, even driver class also, by using which method we can load and load Java class, right? Class dot for name. Class dot for name sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. Remember this one. Are you getting? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. This line is the responsible to load the driver class. So at the part of, okay, first step at the part of developing our JDBC application, first step, load and register driver class. For that, what we require to use? Class dot for name. Now it's a very clear, right? So from Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, driver software is required. Every driver software is identified with some special class, which is nothing but driver class. That driver class we have to load. Any Java class we can load by using class dot for name method. That's why driver class also we can load by using what? Class dot for name method, right? Sir, every JDBC program starts with this first line, sir. Remember this one. What is this line? Can you spell out? Class dot for name method. For which purpose we can use class dot for name method, sir? To load any Java class, to load our driver class. For type 1 driver, we are not required to set any class path because type 1 driver software available at the part of JDK. For type 1 driver, corresponding driver class name is sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. We require to set this one in the, we require to load this by using class dot for name. Clear, right? Okay. So load and register driver class. This is the activity what we have to do, sir. Sir, up to this, let me explain. Here, just let me summarize, sir. Observe that. What is our first step? Load and register driver class. Sir, from Java application, if we want to communicate with the database, some special software is required, which is nothing but driver software. Sir, we have to make driver software available to our program. Regarding what is the driver software, we have to make that driver software available to our program. Next, every driver software is available in the form of jar file, and hence we have to place this jar file in the class path, sir. So to make driver software available to our program, what we have to do, sir, we have to make sure the corresponding jar file available in the class path. Next, type 1 driver software is available at the part of JDK, and hence we are not required to set any class path explicit explicitly if it is the type 1 driver. Next, every driver software is identified with some special class which is nothing but driver class. Next, for type 1 driver class name is sun.jdbc.odbc.jdbc driver. Okay, sir, we have to load this driver class. Okay, any Java class we can load by using which methods are class dot for name method. Any Java class we can load. So hence we can load a driver class by using one class dot for name sun.jdbc.odbc.jdbc driver. Is it clear for all of it? So if you want to develop your JDBC application, what is the first step, sir? Load and register driver class. For that, how you can perform loading class dot for name and driver class name we have to provide. Sir, here I am explaining everything with respect to type 1. Sir, once after completing our standard steps, how to work with the type 2, type 3, type 4, I will discuss. Don't worry about that. Clear up to this, right? Sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. What is our first step? Load and register driver class. Correct, right? Sir, for that, what line I wrote, sir? Class dot for name. Class dot for name. Can you spell out, sir? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. Have you observed? This is the line what I took, sir. Now I have one small doubt about this line. What is the doubt here? Yes, do you know this line only load driver class, but our step is load and register. I never perform registration, but how it is, sir? I'm not performing registration, just I loaded. But who is responsible to do registration? Some people may have the doubt, sir. Here, one very, very important point you have to aware. Sir, in this line, what I'm doing? I'm loading. Whenever we are loading any Java class, internally static blocks are going to execute. I hope you aware, right? Okay, internally which block is going to execute, sir? Static block will be executed. Best example, suppose assume I have class student, sir. I have one class is there named with a student. Sir, in the student there is one static block I'm taking, system.out.println static block. System.out.println static block, like this I took, sir. This is the student class contain static block. Similarly, I have class test is there, main class. Okay, public static void main method, string array args. Okay, from test class main method, what I'm taking? Class dot for name of student. Are you getting? Class dot for name of student I'm taking. Observe. So, but whenever we are using class dot for name, we responsible to handle multiple exceptions. Okay, so I'm not interested to handle any exception. Throws exception I'm taking. Sir, have you observed? If you execute test class, the part of test class, student class will be loaded. Whenever student class is going to load, automatically static block will execute or not? Yes, automatically the static block by default will be executed. If I run student class, what is the output by default? We will get some static block. Observe that. Are you getting? So whenever we are loading any Java class, automatically static block by default will be executed. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, sir, make sure this point I want to use for our JDBC application. Sir, do you want me run this code, sir? Just observe that a bit carefully, sir. I'm taking a simple class. I'm taking a simple class here, class test. But before that, I'm taking class student class. Just typing, sir. Class student class static block. Within the static block, just I'm taking system.out.println. Okay, student class static block I'm taking, sir. Student class static block I'm taking. Same example, whatever I wrote on the board, sir. Now let me take inside the test class. Here I'm taking. Can you please guide, sir? Class dot for name, class dot for name of, okay, student I'm taking. But maybe a chance of class not found exception and so on throws, okay, exception. I'm not interested to handle any exception, sir. Sir, let me save this code, sir, inside d colon Durga classes is my current working directory. In that, I just let me save test.java. Okay, like, sir, have you observed, right? Inside a test class, I'm loading which class, right? Student class. Let me run this code, sir. Let me run this code. Okay, let me go to from d colon Durga classes Java C test.java. Yes, perfectly, it's valid. Now Java test I'm trying to take. Sir, have you observed? Whenever I'm executing Java test class, internally I'm loading student class. Whenever we are loading student class, automatically student class static block will be executed or not. Observe that, sir. Observe, there is one small problem is there here. Just observe that. Hey, okay, let me set here class path explicitly. There is a small path setting problem is there, son. Let me take this one JDK bin, like, let me set class set path is equal to like this. There is a small problem, sir, don't worry about that. Can you please let me execute this code, sir? Java C test.java Java test. Have you observed? Whenever I'm executing student class, whenever I'm executing test class, internally I'm loading which class, right? Student class. Whenever we are loading student class, automatically student class static block will be executed. Everyone can able to understand, right? Okay, that's all, sir. The same point I want to use. Up to this is the clear, sir, core Java related concept. Whenever we are loading a Java class, automatically static block present inside that Java class will be executed. It is the normal core Java concept. Sir, here I want to use this point for our JDBC application. Observe that. Whenever we are loading, okay, sir, driver class. Inside the driver class, static block is there, sir. Okay, class JDBC ODBC driver. Are you getting? It is a driver, it's a class. Inside this class, there is a static block is there, sir. What is the static block is there? This static block is what it is doing. JDBC ODBC driver is equal to new JDBC ODBC driver. Sir, it is creating this class object, and then driver manager dot register driver manager dot register driver of driver, sir. Driver manager dot register driver of driver. Sir, now take a bit special care. Internally, if you want, I will show this internal code also. Internally, whenever we are loading JDBC ODBC driver class, automatically static block present inside that driver class will be executed. That static block is the responsible to register this driver. That's why whenever we are loading driver class, automatically registering with the driver manager is going to be happen because of this static block. We are not required to perform this registration explicitly. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, some people may ask us, sir, just you loaded by using class dot for name, but where is the registration? Whenever we load the driver class, inside driver class static block is there. That static block is the responsible, okay, to register this driver with the driver manager. Clear for all of it, okay? So we are the part of our JDBC application developing JDBC application. What is our first step, sir? Load and register driver class. For that, how many lines of the code I require to write? Only one line. What is that line, sir? Class dot for name sun dot JDBC dot ODBC JDBC ODBC driver. Of course, if it is the type 1, whenever we are using this line, automatically registration is going to be happen because of static block. Clear for all of it, right? Okay, that's all. We are not required to register explicitly. Okay, now I have one small doubt, sir. Can you please show this code internally? You may ask, can you please show this code internally? Like, sir, type 1 driver, this Java class is the part of type 1 driver. Type 1 driver is available at the part of JDK. Inside JDK, Sir, there is JDK is there. Inside JDK, JRA will be there. Inside JRA, lib is there. In the lib, rt.jar file is there. What is that jar file, sir? rt.jar. If you extract this jar file, in that you can able to see this class, right? Okay. By using decompiler, okay, if you open this dot class file, okay, by using which software, sir? Decompiler. Observe, by using decompiler, if you open dot class file to .java, then you can able to see this one. Are you getting that? So, if you really interested, sir, you require to install decompiler and extract this jar file and the dot class file open by using this decompiler, then you can able to see .java file. In my system, already decompiler I installed, sir. Sir, compiler .java to .class, decompiler .class file to .java file. Just open the Google decompiler for Java program. Then you can get Kavach like multiple software. Install that by using. You can open this .class file as .java. You can able to see this static block. Sir, let me sir show this one so that you people can get much clarity, right? Observe that. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Sir, in my system, okay, don't worry about all this nonsense. Here in my system, sir, I'm going C colon program files, Java, C colon program file, Java, JDK 1.7 is there, sir. JDK 1.7, JRE, in that lib, JRE lib. Have you observed, right? Just have a look once, sir. I mean currently in which location, sir? Can you please observe? Sir, C colon program files, Java, JDK, JRE lib. In the lib folder, there is one jar file is there, sir. What is that jar file? Is rt.jar. Are you getting? Just if you extract, right click, extract to RT, then rt.jar, RT folder by default you are going to get. Already I extracted, sir. Now I got RT folder. Are you getting? If I open this folder, RT, in that multiple sun, RT, sun is there. Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC. In that sun.jdbc ODBC, have you observed, right? So RT sun JDBC ODBC. In that JDBC ODBC driver, have you observed, right? This is our class name, JDBC ODBC driver. If you open this by using decompiler, in my system already decompiler I install. Then, sir, do you know this is the JDBC ODBC corresponding decompiler, sir. Sir, let me copy paste this code in my editor so that you people can get much clarity, right? Sir, let me copy paste this one in the edit plus. Observe that. Let me copy paste here. Have a look once, sir. Sir, do you know this is the code? Who developed this code, sir? This is the internal code, sir. Internal code of, okay, can you please observe that? Can you please observe public class JDBC ODBC driver? Okay, like in this there is one static block is there. Can you please observe this? Can you please observe what is this one, sir? Static block. In the JDBC ODBC, this is the static block what we have. In the static block, what it is doing, sir? Forget about this. All these are things, right? Just let me simplify. JDBC ODBC, okay, tracer like 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Here, see. What it is doing, can you please cross check, sir? JDBC ODBC driver, new JDBC ODBC driver. Next driver manager dot, yes, can you please read these two lines, right? JDBC ODBC driver, JDBC new JDBC ODBC driver manager dot register driver. Sir, this is static block present inside which class, right? JDBC ODBC driver class. This is static block is the responsible to register this driver with the driver manager. Clear, right? Okay, sir. Now anyway, all this nonsense, the people who really want internal things, otherwise you can ignore, sir. Just simply remember, yeah, the part of developing our JDBC application, what is our first step, sir? Load and register driver class. For that only one line is required. What is that line, right? Class dot for name of your driver class name. Sir, internally static block is there. That static block is the responsible to register this driver with with the driver manager. We are not required to do explicitly. Clear, right? Okay. So to load and register driver class, how many lines of code we require to write? How many lines of the code we require to write, sir? Only one line. What is that line, sir? Class dot for name. Okay, that's all. But here there is one very important good news I want to tell for you people, right? What is that important good news here is, legend this one. Sir, what is the current version of JDBC we are using? JDBC 4.2 version. Correct or not? What is the current version of JDBC, sir? JDBC 4.2 version, right? Sir, from JDBC 4.0 version onwards. Can you spell out what is the version, sir? JDBC 4.0 version onwards or Java 1.6 version onwards. Listen very carefully, it's a good news, sir. JDBC 4.0 version or Java 1.6 version onwards, we are not required to load and register JDBC driver explicitly, because from the class path JVM automatically will load the driver class, right? Are you getting? So from 1.6 version onward, this step we are not required to perform. From the class path automatically driver class will be loaded by JVM. We are not required to do these steps, sir. So until JDBC 4.0 version, 6 steps are there to develop JDBC application. From JDBC 4.0 version onward, that first step we can able to remove. Are you getting right? Load and register driver class is no longer required from which version onwards, right? JDBC 4.0 version onward. Most of the people don't know about this concept. That's why they're always going to start class dot for name, which is really not required. Clear for all of you, right? Next, to load and register, there are multiple ways are there, but actually not required. There are multiple ways are there. Sir, in YouTube I published one video. Sir, almost various funniest Amirpet ways to load and register driver class. Almost 10 ways I told, but I will share that video or otherwise that PPT for you people, so that just go through that. But that steps are not required. Clear for all of you, right? So, at the part of JDBC development, what is our first step? Load and register driver class. Load and register driver class. How many steps are required? Only one line. Class dot for name of driver class name. But from JDBC 4.0 version onward, this step also not required, because JVM will load driver class automatically. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. Sir, now I will explain the next driver. Whatever we have, the last drivers are type 4 driver. Sir, we covered type 1, type 2, sir, 2 worst drivers. Next, type 3 driver I covered, which is the most commonly used driver. The next powerful driver is the type 4 driver, sir. Okay? What is the architecture? What is the functionality? What are various advantages and limitations I will discuss. Sir, clear, right? So, what is the topic we are going to discuss? Type 4 driver. Now listen, what is the architecture of type 4 driver, sir? Very simple. Here observe, this is my Java application. Are you getting? Itself is Java application. Sir, internally it uses JDBC. I want to communicate with the database. Are you getting? I want to communicate with the database, right? Have you remembered in the case of type 1, okay, sir, this driver internally uses ODBC driver. In the case of type 2, driver internally uses native libraries. If it is the type 3 driver, internally uses middleware server. But the biggest advantage of type 4 driver is it won't require any component. Directly it will communicate with the database. Remember that. Sir, it is one type 4 driver. Okay, type 4 driver. Sir, it is directly communicate with the database. Okay, the results it will provide to Java application. Remember this one. Type 4 driver can communicate directly with the database by using database specific native protocol. Are you getting that? What is that protocol, sir? Native protocol provided by database vendor. It will communicate directly with the database without having any extra component. Remember. So type 4 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. Remember, it is converted JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. Okay, sir. Next, here the biggest the point here is, take a bit special care. This driver is also known as pure Java driver. Are you getting right? What is this driver, sir? Pure Java driver. Because this driver is completely developed in Java only. Are you getting that? Completely Java. So that's why it is a pure Java driver. This driver is also known as native protocol driver. Native protocol driver. Why the word native protocol driver is, internally it is going to use database vendor provided native protocol to communicate with the database. Next, this driver also known as thin driver. This driver also known as thin driver. Then immediately we ask, what is the why the word thin? What is the meaning of thin, sir? Thin means light weighted. Are you getting? Thick means what? Heavy weighted. Are you getting? Fat. Heavy weighted is by default considered thick, but this one is the thin. Because type 4 driver won't require any extra component to communicate with the database. Directly it can communicate with the database. That's why this type 4 driver is also known as what? Thin driver. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, what is the diagram? Sir, this is the Java application on type 4 driver. This total thing is nothing but client mission. Okay, this type 4 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific calls. Next, and after that, this driver is completely developed in Java. If it is purely developed in Java, is it platform independent driver or platform dependent driver, sir? Platform independent driver. Remember this one, because it can communicate, because it is purely developed in Java. That's why on any platform, type 4 driver is going to work and it's going to provide same results. So that's why it is the platform independent driver. Why it is the native protocol driver? Internally it is communicate with the database by using native protocol provided by database vendor. Next, why this one is the thin driver? Without having any other extra component, this driver can communicate directly with the database. That's why this driver is also known as what? Thin driver. Clear for all of it? Sir, now what are various advantages, right? Here have you observed how many conversions are required? Only one level conversion. But if you go for, sir, all the remaining, sir, type 1, 2 conversions. Type 2, 1 conversion only, but the problem is database dependent, platform dependent, sir. Type 3, 2 conversions are required, but type 4, 1 conversion is enough. That's why relatively performance wise too good, sir. Okay, it is the speediest driver we can use. The second advantage, platform independent driver, right? Sir, if any person is asking what are various advantages of type 4 driver, what is the first advantage, sir? Here, how many levels of conversion is required? Only one level. JDBC calls into database specific calls. So that's why performance is, what is this one, sir? Performance is high. Performance is high because how many conversions are required? Only one level conversion. Type 4 driver can communicate directly with the database without having any further internal conversions. That's why performance is high. Second advantage, it is a platform independent driver. It is a platform independent driver, sir. Sir, you can use any platform, maybe Linux or Windows or Sun Solaris or Mac, any platform. The driver is always the same. Remember that. Next, what is the third advantage? We are not required to have ODBC driver. We are not required to have ODBC driver. We are not required to have native libraries like type 2 driver. Okay, we are not required to have middleware server like type 3 driver, right? Sir, native libraries are not required. Middleware server is not required. ODBC driver is not required. That's why it is also known as thin driver, right? These are the various advantages, right? But what is the limitations, sir? Limitation. Sir, even these many advantages are there, only a small minor limitation is there. I hope by this time you can able to guess. Sir, this driver communicate directly with the database or not? Yes, that's why it is the database dependent driver. Are you getting right? It is the database dependent driver. That is the only limitation of type 4 driver. It is a database dependent driver. Are you able to understand, right? What is this? What is the limitation of type 4 driver, sir? Okay, it is the database dependent driver. That's why even this limitation is there. No problem. N number of advantages are there. That's why the most commonly used driver in our applications is type 4 driver only. All our JDBC programs, most of the times I'm always going to use type 4 driver only. Remember that. Sir, if you are going to use only one database, I have to use in my project, I'm going to use only one database, then happily you can go for type 4 driver because we will get these many advantages, right? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, what is the type 4 driver? What is the type 4 driver? Next, what is the functionality? Sir, next, what are various other words? Why this driver considered as pure Java driver, native protocol driver or thin driver? What are various advantages, limitations, right? This driver converts data JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. The biggest advantage, performance is going to be improved because only one level conversion is required. Next, it is completely implemented in Java. That's why it is the platform independent driver. Next, ODBC driver or middleware server or native libraries are not required. That's why it is the thin driver. The biggest limitation of this driver is it is the database dependent driver. Clear for all of you, right? So, what are various advantages of this driver? You people, limitation, what is the architecture? You should have clarity, right? Okay? Sir, now it is very clear what is type 4 driver, what is the functionality, what is the architecture, what are various advantages and limitations. So, let me summarize all the things in our notes style so that you will get much clarity. Sir, have a look once, sir. This is architecture of type 4 driver, right? Java application communicates with the type 4 driver. Type 4 driver communicates directly with the database. Regarding type 4 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. Are you getting that? Okay. Sir, now this is it won't require ODBC driver, it won't require native libraries, it won't require any middleware server. Remember that. Okay. Now just observe. It is also known as pure Java driver. Okay, because it is completely developed in Java or all Java native protocol driver, because internally it uses database vendor provided native protocol. Next, R thin driver, because this driver won't require any extra component like ODBC driver to communicate with database. That's why it is also known as what? Thin driver. Next, this driver uses database specific native protocols to communicate with the database. Regarding database vendor provided native protocols to communicate with the database, internally this driver is going to use. Next, this driver converts JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. Correct, obviously, because only one level conversion, right? This driver developed only in Java, and hence it is also known as pure Java driver. Because of this, the biggest advantage is it is platform independent driver. You can use any platform, sir. This driver is always fixed. Remember this. Next, this driver won't require any ODBC driver or native libraries at the client side, and hence it is called thin driver. Remember, it is also known as what? Thin driver, right? Clear for all of it, okay? These are various general points related to type 4 driver, sir. Very simple. Type 4 driver, okay, converts JDBC calls into database specific calls directly. It is the platform independent driver, but it is the database dependent driver because it is communicating directly with the database, right? Next, advantages, right? The first biggest advantage here is it is a platform independent driver. Correct or not? Next, this driver won't require ODBC driver or native libraries or middleware server. It is not going to require anything, sir. Next, it uses database vendor specific native protocol to communicate with the database, and hence security is more. Are you getting? Next, one more advantage performance wise, this driver is too good. Performance is more. Are you getting? Performance is more. Why? Because how many levels of conversion is required? Only one level conversion is required, right? Next, what are various limitations, right? The only limitation of this driver is it is a database dependent driver because it is communicating with the database directly, right? That's all. So what are various advantages? What are various limitations, like? Sir, because of all these advantages, even though the small limitation is there, but most commonly used driver in our applications is type 4 driver only. Remember that. Okay, can you give an example for type 4 driver, sir? If I can ask Oracle people, hey Oracle, I want to communicate with the Oracle database, can you please provide type 4 driver? Then immediately Oracle people provide a type 4 driver is called thin driver. Remember this one, Oracle people provided which driver, sir? Thin driver. If I can ask MySQL people, hey MySQL, can you please provide type 4 driver? Immediately they will provide connector/J. This is a type 4 driver provided by MySQL people. Clear for all of you? This is about a small summary related to type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Are you able to understand that? Okay, that's all, sir. Sir, up to this, we covered about type 1 driver. What is the functionality? What are the advantages, limitations of type 1? Now let me talk about type 2 driver, right? Almost type 2 driver, type 1 driver, almost same, sir. If you know the basic functionality of one driver, then understanding remaining drivers is not that much difficult. Remember that. Only, sir, type 2 driver exactly same as type 1. Okay, except a small differences, right? What is that? Here see, have you remembered type 1 driver? In the case of type 1 driver, we have Java application. Have you remembered? Can you spell out? We have Java application, which is nothing but JDBC internally. Next, Java application communicates with type 1 driver. Java application communicates with type 1. Type 1 driver internally communicates with the ODBC driver. ODBC driver internally communicates with the database. Have you remembered, right? This is the architecture of type 1 driver. Okay, just observe that carefully, sir. So Java application communicates with the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicates with the ODBC driver. ODBC driver communicates with the database. You know this part already we discussed, right? But now my next concept is type 2 driver. Type 2 driver exactly same as type 1 driver, except the ODBC part is replaced with vendor provided native libraries. Are you getting that? What is that word? Database vendor provided native libraries. That part the ODBC replaced with the native libraries, right? Sir, let me redraw once again this diagram, sir. Here, this is my Java application. This is the Java application. Next, internally it will use a JDBC. Okay, sir, this Java application communicates with the type 2 driver, right? Okay, type 2. Sir, here on the client machine, we require to install. Okay, this is the very important. ODBC part replaced with what? Vendor provided database specific native libraries. Are you getting? Database specific native libraries. And then we have databases there, sir. Take very special care, sir. How the functionality is going to be happen? Java application communicates with the type 2 driver. Type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. These calls can be understandable directly by database. Remember this one, sir. So type 2 driver functionality converts database specific converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. These native library calls can be understandable directly by database. Is it clear for all of it? So, sir, type 2 driver communicate converts into database specific native library calls which can be understandable by database, right? Sir, this is the architecture of type 2 driver. Make sure, sir. So it is exactly same as type 1 except ODBC part we have to replace with what? Vendor provided database specific native libraries. Clear, right? Sir, that's why, do you know this driver is also known as partly Java native API driver. Are you getting this? Driver is also known as partly Java native API driver because we are using native libraries which are provided by database vendor. That's why native API partly Java driver. It's not completely developed in Java with the native languages, right? Then immediately you may ask, sir, what is the native language or what are the native libraries? The libraries which are developed in non-Java, mostly C or C++. Are you getting that? Libraries which are developed in non-Java, mostly C or C++, right? Such type of libraries are called native libraries. Clear for all of you, right? Who is the responsible to provide native libraries? Database vendor is the responsible to provide native libraries. On the client mission, we require to install these native libraries, right? Sir, this total part itself is client mission. Remember this. Are you getting? That's all. So it's a very clear what is the architecture diagram of type 2 driver. Type 2 driver is exactly same as type 1 driver except that ODBC part we have to replace with what? Vendor provided native library calls. Next, type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. These calls can be understandable directly by database engine. Clear for all of you, right? Of course, database software can able to understand these database specific native library calls. Okay, what are native libraries? The libraries are functions which are developed in non-Java, mostly C or C++. These things are by default considered as native libraries, right? Up to this is the clear. Now, what are various advantages are there for this type 2 driver, right? Sir, let me talk about advantages. Just take a bit very special care, sir. What is the first biggest advantage? How many conversions are required? In the type 1, how many conversions are required? Sir, JDBC to ODBC, ODBC to database specific. How many conversions? 2 conversions are required. But here, how many conversions are required? Sir, JDBC to database specific native library calls. These things can be understandable by database. That's why, sir, when compared with the type 1 driver, this driver is relatively performance wise good, sir. It is a speed driver when compared with type 1 driver. Regarding performance wise, it's good. Okay, first one. Second one, sir, ODBC driver is required or not required? For the type 2, no ODBC driver requirement. ODBC driver not required, right? No ODBC support. It is not required to have ODBC. Next, another advantage is also there, sir, when compared with the type 1 especially. What is the biggest advantage here is, listen very, very carefully, sir. Type 1 internally uses what? ODBC. ODBC, sir, will work only for what? Windows machines. So it is the platform dependent driver. Compulsory it will work only for Windows. But type 2 driver, even it is the platform dependent. It is also platform dependent because internally it uses what? Native library, C or C++ are platform dependent languages only. but I can use a type 2 for Windows, I can use separate type 2 for Linux, I can use separate type 2 for Sun Solaris. Sir, only difference is, of course, that corresponding native libraries I will use. That's why this a type 2 driver, not reserved only for Windows machines. If you want, you can take separate type 2 for Linux, separate type 2 for, okay, Sun Solaris like, okay. So, when compared with the type 1, portability is more. Sir, don't get confused, sir. It is platform dependent driver only, but make sure, sir, if you want to communicate with Linux, separate type 2 driver is there. If you want to communicate with Windows, separate type 2 driver is there. So type 2 driver can work for Windows, can work for Linux, can work for Sun Solaris, but type 1 driver can work only for Windows machines. That's why when compared with the type 1 driver, type 2 driver portability is more. Remember this one. Are you getting? So up to this, what are various advantages, right? When compared with the type 1, relatively faster driver, speed driver. Next, ODBC drivers are not required for type 2. Next, and after that, relatively portability is more. Okay, that's all. These are the advantages, right? Sir, what are various limitations are there? What are various limitations are there, sir? Sir, the two worst limitations are there for the type 2 driver, right? What those are things? Listen carefully, sir. Among all 4 drivers, there is one biggest drawback is there for type 2 driver. What is that drawback is? Type 2 driver is database dependent driver, platform dependent driver also. Regarding that, it is both the database dependent, both platform dependent, sir. Very simple. Type 2 driver internally communicated with the native libraries, which are provided by database vendor. So it is communicating directly with the database specific libraries. That's why this driver is database dependent driver. Okay, sir, today I am using Oracle. Tomorrow if I want to use MySQL, compulsory you have to change your driver, sir. Sir, today I am using Oracle. Tomorrow I want to use DB2. Compulsory you require to change the driver. Sir, it is not a database independent driver. It is the database dependent driver. That's why migrating from one database to another database will become very, very difficult. So the first limitation is database dependent driver. Okay. Second limitation, sir. Have you observed? It is not implemented completely in Java. That's why I can use the word partly Java native API driver. Sir, it is the platform dependent driver. For Windows, one type 2 driver I have to use. For Linux, another type 2 driver I have to use. For Sun Solaris, one more type 2 driver I require to use. That is, it is the platform dependent driver. If you change the platform, automatically this type 2 driver software won't work. We have to go for new type 2 driver software. So it is a platform dependent driver. Are you getting right? Out of all 4 drivers, only one driver which is database dependent and which is platform dependent is the type 2 driver only. Such type of worst driver is type 2 driver, right? Everyone can able to understand. But here one small, let me explain a small layman example, sir. I have one car is there. I want a driver to drive this car. Assume that. Okay, I have to, long journey is there for me. So self-drive I may not prefer. That's why I want to go for one driver. Then I called one person. Sir, is the driver available or not? Yes, why not? So I will come like. Driver came, sir. Driver came, car started. Sir, at daytime we started the car. Assume. Night time, whenever dark is coming, immediately this driver stopped the car. Sir, I can able to drive only in the daytime. Night time I can't drive. Oh, then I made a call to another person. Then I asked that person to drive in the night time. So for daytime one driver is required. For night time one driver is required. Next and after that, in the night, suddenly rain is coming. Suddenly rain is coming. Then this driver is telling, in the rain I can't drive. In the rain I can't drive. Warning. In the rain, so another driver I have to ask. So who can able to drive in the rain? Next, sir, suddenly the driver stopped the car. Sir, in the city roads only I can able to travel, I can able to drive. On the highway, I can't. Have you observed, right? So, for a highway, one driver. For city roads, one driver. For village, one driver. For daytime, one driver. For next and after that, rain, another driver. For night time, another driver. How many drivers we require to maintain, man? Is it a problem or not? Same such type of worst situation is there for this type 2 driver also. Because, sir, Windows, one driver. For Oracle, another driver. For Linux, another driver. Sun Solrise, another driver. For MySQL, one driver. If you change the platform, you have to change the driver. If you change a database, you require to change the driver. Such a type of worst driver is nothing but one type 2 driver. Never recommended to use this bloody driver. Remember this. The platform dependent driver. If you change a platform, you have to change your driver software. It is the database dependent driver. If you change a database, you require to change this driver software, right? Is it a problem or not? Yes. Sir, next and after that, one more problem, sir. Here, who is the responsible to provide vendor provided, this database specific native libraries, right? Database vendor. There is no guarantee every database vendor will provide native libraries, right? I will ask, hello Oracle, I want to communicate with the Oracle database. Can you please provide native libraries? Native libraries, like immediately Oracle people are going to tell, Durga, we can able to provide. I can ask the same question to the MySQL people. Array MySQL people, can you please provide? Simple MySQL people are telling, sorry boss, we are not having any native libraries. Are you getting? So there is no guarantee that if a database vendor provide native libraries. Remember, Oracle people can provide such type of libraries are called OCI libraries. Sir, who is the responsible to provide? Oracle people are providing OCI. Okay, OCI libraries. Oracle call interface. Remember this one. OCI libraries, right? MySQL people, they want to provide any libraries. That's why type 2 driver support is available for Oracle but not for MySQL database. Clear, right? So these are the limitations, right? So no guarantee that database vendor provide libraries, native libraries. Database vendor provide native libraries, right? Native libraries. Are you in a position to understand, right? That's all. This is about, okay, what is the architecture of type 2 driver? What is the other name for type 2 driver? So type 2 driver is exactly same as type 1 driver architecture, except that ODBC part replaced with what? Vendor provided native libraries. Okay, it is a type 2 driver converting JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. Native library calls means what? Sir, C or C++ functions. The functions which are implemented in non-Java. Who is the responsible to provide this? Database vendor is the responsible to provide these things, right? Clear? So to convert, type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls which can be understandable by database. Okay, that's all. This is about type 2 driver. Next, what are various advantages? Relatively speed is more when compared with the type 1 driver because one level conversion is required. Next, and after that ODBC drivers are no longer required. Next, when compared with the type 1 driver, portability relatively more. Next, limitations, right? The biggest, worst limitations of this driver is it is a database dependent and a platform dependent driver. If you change a database, you require to change the driver software. If you change a platform, you require to change the driver software, right? Remember. Next, there is no every database vendor can provide support, can provide this driver or corresponding native libraries, right? Oracle people provided type 2 driver, but MySQL people not provided type 2 driver. Remember, that's why, sir, these type 2 driver also not recommended to use. Everyone can able to understand. This is the functionality, advantages, limitations of type 2 driver, right? Sir, up to this, I covered about type 2 driver. What is the functionality, what is the architecture, what are various advantages and limitations. Let me summarize all these things so that people will get a bit clarity. Have a look one, sir. Sir, this is the architecture of type 2 driver, sir. Java application, type 2 driver, vendor, database vendor specific native libraries, and then database. Here, Java application communicates with the type 2 driver. Type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into vendor specific native library calls. These calls can be understandable by database engine. Are you getting? So now observe, it is also known as native API, partly Java driver. Native API because this driver internally uses native libraries. That's why native API, partly Java driver. Next, type 2 driver is exactly same as type 1 driver, except that ODBC part is replaced with database vendor specific native libraries. Obviously, in the case of type 1, here ODBC part is there. That ODBC part we replace with database vendor specific native libraries. Next, what is the meaning of native libraries, sir? Just now I told, native libraries means the set of functions written in non-Java, developed in non-Java. That is called mostly either C or C++. Such type of functions are called what? Native functions. Okay, native libraries, right? Sir, we have to install vendor provided native libraries on the client machine. Obviously, on the client machine, yes, these native libraries we require to install. Can you please observe? Type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into vendor specific native library calls, which can be understandable directly by database engine. Is it clear for all of it? So it will be that type 2 driver converts Java calls into database vendor specific calls, which can be understandable by database engine. Sir, that's all. This is the functionality. What is the architecture? Internally it depends on native libraries. Why this driver is also known as native API, partly Java driver? Because it's not fully developed in Java, partly Java driver. Internally it uses native libraries. So that's why native API driver, right? Clear up to this? Next, what are various advantages? Sir, when compared with the type 1 driver, here have you observed? When compared with the type 1 driver, performance is high because it required only one level conversion from JDBC to native library calls. Have you remembered? If it is the type 1 driver, Java JDBC to ODBC, ODBC to database specific. But in the case of type 2 driver, JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. One level conversion is enough. That's why performance is more. Next, in the type 2, no need of arranging this bloody ODBC driver. Not required. Next, when compared with the type 1 driver, portability is more because type 1 driver applicable only for Windows machines, but type 2 drivers are available for Linux machine, for Sun Solaris and so on. That's why when compared with the type 1, okay, type 2 driver, portability is more. These are the advantages, right? But what are various limitations are there, sir? Obviously, what limitations are there? It is database dependent driver because sir, type 2 driver communicating directly with the database specific native libraries. That's why it is the database dependent driver. Migrating from one database to another database is very difficult, sir. Today I am using Oracle. Sir, tomorrow I want to change to MySQL or DB2. Sir, compulsory we require to go for new native libraries and so on. Migrating from one database to another database will become very difficult. Have you observed, right? It is a database dependent driver because it internally uses database specific libraries. Hence, migrating from one database to another database will become very difficult. Clear for all of it? Okay, that's all. Next, it is a platform dependent driver because this driver internally uses what? Native libraries. Native libraries are C or C++. C or C++ are platform dependent languages. That's why it is a platform dependent driver. Sir, make sure the worst limitations of type 2 driver is it is the database dependent, platform dependent driver, sir. If you want to change a platform, driver we have to change. If you want to change a database, driver we require to change, sir. Next, we require to install native libraries on the client machine. Again, we require to install native libraries on the client machine. It's a burden. Next, there is no guarantee every database vendor will provide these drivers. Sir, type 2 driver. If I can ask Oracle people, Oracle people provided type 2. Such type of driver is OCA driver, sir. But MySQL people, they didn't provide type 2. If you want to communicate with the MySQL database, compulsory you should go for type 4 driver only. So type 2 support is not available from MySQL database, right? Is it clear? Sir, now Oracle people provided, but MySQL people won't provided, right? Next, note also I provided, sir. The very important point. The only driver out of all the 4 drivers, the only driver which is the platform dependent, database dependent is the type 2 driver, which is never recommended to use. Clear for all of it? So this is about, these are various limitations. Because of these limitations, not recommended to use. Even performance wise good, because maintenance wise it's a 2 worst. Change, if you want to change the platform, compulsory required to change the driver. If you want to change the database, compulsory required to change the driver software. It's always a problem. That's why database dependent, platform dependent, it's a, which is the very worst. That's why this type of driver never recommended to use. Clear for all of it? Okay, that's all. Now in the interview room, if any person is asking, can you please explain about type 2 driver architecture, advantages, limitation, just simply draw this diagram, explain what is the functionality and explain what are the advantages and limitations, right? Clear for all of you, right? That's it. Sir, up to this we covered what is type 2 driver functionality, architecture, next limitations, advantages, like there is one small component I will discuss. Sir, do you know OCI driver? OCI driver is a type 2 driver provided by Oracle people. Are you getting? What is this one, sir? OCI driver? OCI driver is the type 2 driver provided by Oracle people to communicate with the Oracle database. Remember, sir, now this OCI driver internally uses OCI libraries. Are you getting? Internally OCI driver internal uses what? OCI libraries. So these OCI libraries are nothing but C language functions. Remember, OCI libraries are nothing but internally C language functions. Because sometimes what will happen? Can you give an example for type 2 driver? Type 2 driver. Then you have to talk few minutes about type 2 driver, right? Sir, OCI driver provided by Oracle people, it is a type 2 driver, right? Okay. Next, by using this driver, yes, Java application can communicate with the Oracle database. Clear for all of it? Okay. Next, OCI driver and OCI libraries. These 2 things are available in the jar file form. Okay, remember this one. If you want to use OCI driver, type 2 driver provided by Oracle people, so OCI driver and OCI libraries, both are available in the form of jar file. We require to place that jar file in the class path. Don't worry about which jar files are. Once we install Oracle, automatically this jar file is going to come. While explaining the programs, I will take care. Don't worry about that. Sir, which jar files are? Okay, very simple. JDBC 14.jar. What is the jar file name? Can I spell out? JDBC 14.jar. If you are using Oracle 10G, sir, I am using Oracle 10G edition, then which jar file contain OCI driver and the corresponding OCI libraries? Yes, JDBC 14.jar. Sir, I'm not using Oracle 10G because it's outdated, sir. I want to use, assume Oracle 11G. If you want to use Oracle 11G, then OJDBC 6.jar. Regarding what is the jar file name? Can I spell out? OJDBC 6.jar. Okay, if you are using Oracle 11G, most of our programs, I will explain with respect to this. Compulsory, this jar file you have to be aware. OJDBC 6.jar. Next, OJDBC 7.jar. Okay, if you are using Oracle 12C, sir, Are getting? If you are going to use Oracle 12c, which jar file contain OCI driver and the corresponding OCI libraries. Okay, OJDBC 7.jar. Is it clear for all of you, right? So, if any person is asking, can you give an example for type 2 driver? OCI driver is the type 2 driver provided by Oracle people. OCI driver internally uses OCI libraries to communicate with the database. OCI driver and the corresponding OCI libraries are available in the form of jar file. If you want to use type 2 driver or OCI driver, compulsory we require to set class path. Okay, clear for all of you. Next, what is the jar files we have to place? Based on your Oracle version, you require to use corresponding jar file. OJDBC 14.jar or OJDBC 6.jar or OJDBC 7.jar. But I have one small doubt, sir. What's my doubt is, what is this 14, 6, 7? Is it random numbers? OJDBC 14.jar, OJDBC 6.jar, OJDBC 7, 14, 6, 7, is it random numbers? No, there is some significance there. What is that significance is? OJDBC 14.jar we are using for Oracle 10G. Oracle 10G internally uses Java 1.4 version. Are you getting? Oracle 10G internal uses what? Java 1.4 version. So 1.4, 14. Have you observed, right? 14. Next, Oracle 11G internally uses Java 6 version. Are you getting? What is the version, sir? Java 6. That's why OJDBC 6.jar. Remember. Similarly, OJDBC 7.jar, Oracle 12c internally uses Java 7 version. Is it clear for all of you? But anyway, based on your version, you have to use the corresponding jar file. You have to set this jar file in your class path. Don't worry much technical words. Once our programming is going to start, there I will explain all this nonsense. Clear for all of you? Okay? That's all. So, can you give an example for type 2 driver? OCI driver provided by Oracle people to communicate with Oracle database. Is the type 2 driver, right? Clear, right? Okay? Just let me summarize the points whatever I covered, sir. Have a look once. Here, Java application communicates with OCI driver, which is the type 2, internally communicating with OCI libraries, and this one communicate with the Oracle database. Have you observed? So OCI driver converts JDBC calls into OCI library calls. These OCI library calls can be understandable by Oracle database or Oracle database engine. Next, sir, OCI. What is the meaning of OCI, sir? Oracle call interface. Oracle call interface driver is a type 2 driver provided by Oracle. Next, OCI driver internally uses OCI libraries to communicate with the database. Next, OCI libraries contain C language functions. You know, right? Next, OCI driver and the corresponding OCI libraries are available in the following jar file. Sir, hence we have to place this jar file in the class path. Sir, which jar file? If you are using Oracle 10G, OJDBC 14.jar. If you are using Oracle 11G, OJDBC 6.jar. Oracle 12C, OJDBC 7.jar. But why 14, 6, 7? The numbers already I told. Oracle 10G internally uses Java 1.4 version. Oracle 11G internally uses Java 6 version. Oracle 12C internally uses Java 7 version. Clear for all of you? That's all, sir. So, if any person is asking, can you please tell, what can you give an example for type 2 driver? Very simple, sir. OCI driver is an example for type 2 driver provided by Oracle people. Then you ask MySQL. For MySQL database, I want to communicate. What is the type 2 driver? MySQL people won't provide a type 2 driver. Type 2 driver is available only for Oracle database. Clear, right? That's all. Sir, in the last videos, just we had a discussion about types of drivers. Type 1 driver I completed, type 2 driver completed, right? But anyway, very unfortunate, both the drivers are not recommended to use. What is the biggest problem with the type 1 driver? Have you remembered, right? In the last videos I covered very clearly. What is the problem with the type 1 driver? Type type 1 driver performance wise not up to the mark. Second problem, what is the second problem? It is internally depends on ODBC driver, that's why which is applicable only for Windows platform. Next, no support from Java 1.8 version onwards. Because of these reasons, type 2 driver, type 1 driver not recommended to use. Clear? Then what problem with the type 2 driver? Type 2 driver, in the last video I covered. Type 2 driver, the biggest problem, it is a database dependent driver. It is a platform dependent driver. Are you getting? If you want to change the platform, you require to change the driver. If you want to change the database, you require to change the driver. Are you getting? So the worst driver which is depending on both the platform as well as database is type 2 driver, right? So because of these reasons, type 1 and type 2 never recommended to use. For a period, okay? So next I will go for type 3 and type 4 drivers, most commonly used drivers. That's why more concentration must be required about type 3 and type 4 drivers. Make sure you people should be aware. But anyway, in this video, let me talk about type 3 driver. Sir, what is the architecture of this type 3 driver? Just observe that, sir. Type 3 driver. Okay, here it is almost the same as type 1, type 2, architecture wise same, but with a small difference is there. What is the difference is, just observe that. Here Java application is there. This Java application communicate with the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicate with the ODBC driver, which is communicate with the database. Regarding this is architecture related to type 1 driver, right? Similarly, what is the architecture for type 2 driver, sir? Java application, yes, you have to tell, sir. Java application, next type 2 driver. Type 2 driver internally uses vendor provided native libraries. Vendor provided native libraries communicated with the database. Are you getting? So type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into native library calls, which can be understandable by database engine. Up to that we covered, right? So type 3 driver is also same as type 2 or type 1 with a small difference, right? What is the difference here is, assume that this is Java application. Are you getting right? What is this one, sir? This is Java application, right? Assume that it is the Java application. This Java application communicates with the type 3 driver. Observe carefully, sir. Type 3 driver. Type 3 driver internally communicates with the middleware server. Are you getting? Internally communicates with middleware server. This middleware server internally communicates with the database. Are you getting? So the architecture of type 3 driver is, it's almost the same as type 1 or type 2. Only difference is ODBC driver or native library part replaced with middleware server. Okay, sir. Java application communicates with the type 3. Type 3 driver communicates with the middleware server. Middleware server communicates with the database. Now the results will go back in the same style. Clear, right? Sir, now what is in the case of type 3? Type 3 driver internally uses middleware server to communicate with the database, right? Oh, for type 3, to work with the type 3, compulsory middleware server must be required. We require to install something like IDS. Are you getting that? IDS server. Okay, Internet Database Access Server. Okay, something like IDS we require to install. Then type 3 driver can communicate with the database via middleware server, right? Now take a bit special care, sir. This driver, observe very carefully, sir. This type 3 driver internally takes a support of middleware server to communicate with the database. Next, this type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts that middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Are you getting that? So here type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Are you able to understand, right? Sir, how many conversions are required? 2 conversions. JDBC to middleware server specific call, middleware server specific calls to database calls. 2 conversions are required, right? So this is architecture related to type 3 driver, right? This type 3 driver also known as all Java net protocol driver. Are you getting that? All Java net protocol driver, or sometimes we can use the word network protocol driver. Sometimes we can use the word network protocol driver, or even we can use the word middleware driver. What is the other word, sir? Middleware driver, because internal it uses what? Middleware server. That's why it is also known as middleware driver. Clear for all of you? Sir, if any person is asking, can you please explain architecture and functionality of type 3 driver, then immediately you should be in a position to explain this one, sir. Type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts that middleware server specific calls into database calls. Something like middleware server acts as a broker to communicate with the database, right? Okay, make sure, sir, in the government offices especially, if you want to do some work, sir, especially we are always going to depend on some agents, are getting it? Some brokers, okay, who are going to take care everything related to that government officer and work. Just we have to contact the broker is going to take care everything, sir. Most of the times government works are going to be done like that, okay. Out of 100, 99% of the times we have to depend on something like this only, right? Okay, whether you accepted or not, remember that. So here have you observed, right? This person, he is going to take care database related everything, sir. This person never going to communicate with the database. Who is the responsible to communicate with the database, right? Okay, middleware server is the responsible. Internally, middleware server may use either type 1 or type 2 or type 4 driver to communicate with the database. That thing is going to take care by middleware server. We are not required to worry about that. Everyone can able to understand, right? So, can you explain what is a type 3 driver architecture? Very simple. Java application, type 3 driver, middleware server, and then database. So type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Clear for all of you? This is nothing but type 3 driver, right? Then immediately you must ask, sir, what is the advantage of this driver? What is the advantage of this driver? Make sure, sir, the most powerful driver out of all the 4 drivers is a type 3 driver only. In enterprise applications, most commonly used driver is the type 3 driver only, sir. What is the reasons for that? Sir, first reason, listen very, very carefully about this terminology, right? What is the first reason, right? Okay, here just observe, this driver never communicates with the database. Regarding this driver never communicates with the database, correct or not? Sir, who is going to take care about database related? Middleware server. That's why this driver is database independent driver. Sir, what is the first biggest advantage, sir? Database independent driver. Remember this one. Sir, tomorrow if you are going to change your database from Oracle to MySQL to DB2 or DB2 Sybase, my driver not required to change. Are you getting it? One driver is enough for all databases. You can use any database, but middleware server is going to take care that database related changes, but my type 3 driver never going to worry. We are not required to change. So type 3 driver, is it database dependent or database independent? Database independent driver. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's next one, sir. There is another biggest advantage, sir. Type 3 driver is fully developed in Java, sir. It's a pure all Java driver. That's why type 3 driver is a platform independent driver because it is completely developed only in Java, right? That's why it is platform independent driver. You can use any platform, sir. It may be Windows or Linux or Unix or Sun Solar, is no problem. For any platform you can use same type 3 driver only. Clear for all of it, okay? So it is platform independent driver. Regarding it is the platform independent driver. Make sure, sir. So these two reasons are enough to choose this driver, sir. If you are changing your database, if you are changing your platform, we are not required to change our driver. Are you getting that? We are not required to change our driver. That's why, sir, I want a single driver which is going to work for all databases, for all platforms. Such type of best driver is nothing but one type 3 driver, right? Clear? Are you able to understand clearly, right? Okay, that's all. Next, sir, even this person is this much strong, still there are some problems are there. Obviously some limitations are there, sir. What those limitations? The first limitations are, have you observed? First, JDBC calls we have to convert into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts that middleware server specific calls to database calls. Are you getting database specific calls? How many levels of conversion is required? 2 levels. That's why relatively performance is low because of 2 level conversion. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, relatively performance is down because of performance is low. Relatively performance is low because of 2 level conversion. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. This is the first problem, right? Sir, no problem, because when compared with these advantages, performance is going to be down. No big issue for us. Okay, second thing, sir, very important. Sir, if you want to work with the type 3 driver, compulsory we have to install middleware server or not? Yes, we require to install mandatory middleware server. That's why middleware server we require to install, we have to buy, sir. It is extra cost. Regarding cost of this driver is high when compared with all remaining database drivers. Remember this terminology clearly, right? Regarding, so positives are, observe that positives are 2 positives: database independent driver, platform independent driver. But the negatives are performance is low and the cost is high when compared with all JDBC drivers because we require to buy middleware server. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, but anyway, by seeing these advantages, the people are always going to prefer type 3 driver in our day-to-day enterprise applications, right? Everyone can able to understand. So if a person is asking what is the architecture of type 3 driver, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, right? Sir, internally type 3 driver take support of middleware server to communicate with the database. First point. Next, this driver type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Clear, right? So how many levels of conversion is required? 2 levels of conversion is required. Make sure, sir. Okay, next, what are advantages of type 3 driver? Biggest advantage, it is the database independent driver, it is the platform independent driver. Sir, you can maintain same driver for a daytime and a night time, whether it is the rain or whether it is not raining. Next, whether it is a city road or village road or highway, for any kind of thing, one driver is enough. Are you getting that? But type 2 driver is the very worst. If you change a database, you require to change the driver. If you change a platform, you require to change the driver. Correct or not? But here, for all platforms, for all databases, only one driver by default is enough. Clear, right? Okay, this is what type 3 driver architecture, right? Can you please give an example for type 3 driver? Example is IDS driver. Can you spell out what is that IDS, sir? Internet database access server. Are you getting it? Is the middleware server. So by using that, happily we can able to communicate communicate with the database. But anyway, I will explain with a small program how to work with this IDS server or type 3 driver with the program. Then you will get much clarity, right? Clear for all of you up to this? Sir, up to this we covered what is type 3 driver, what is the advantage, what is the disadvantage. After completing two worst drivers, type 1 and type 2, we covered type 3. Type 3 is the biggest commonly used driver because it is a database independent, platform independent driver. Clear, right? Okay. Sir, now let me talk about a bit in detail, sir. Here just let me summarize whatever I covered up to this theory, sir, into the notes style so that you get much clarity, right? Have a look once. Here, type 3 driver. Regarding type 3 driver, Java application, type 3 driver. Type 3 driver communicates with the middleware server. Middleware server communicates with the database. Remember, have you observed? Java application, type 3 driver, both are hosted on client machine. Regarding both are there on the client machine. This is the middleware server, different machine. Database obviously may be locating somewhere else. Regarding it is the 3-tier architecture, right? Okay, that part I will discuss anyway. Just observe that. Sir, this driver also known as Java net protocol driver. Regarding via network, type 3 driver can communicate with the middleware server. That's why net protocol driver or network protocol driver or simply middleware driver. Okay, these are various other words for type 3 driver, right? Next, type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. This middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Have you observed? Type 3 driver convert JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Clear, right? Okay. Next, internally middleware server uses type 1 or type 2 or type 4, type 1 or type 2 or type 4 to communicate with the database, right? Who is going to take care, sir? This middleware server is going to take care. We are not required to worry about that. Next, sir, this is just architecture, whatever related to our, this type 3 driver, right? Very simple, sir. Type 3 driver internally depends on middleware server, which is going to take care communication with the database. Next, type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts that middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, like, sir, for this, what are various advantages? Right, sir, the first biggest advantage is this driver won't communicate directly with the database. Again, won't communicate with the database directly, and hence it is database independent driver. Who is the responsible to communicate with the database? Middleware server is the responsible. We are not responsible. Type 3 driver is not responsible, sir. Have you observed the diagram? Type 3 driver never communicate with the database directly. Who is going to take care of the total communication? Middleware server. That's why type 3 driver is the database independent driver. Whether you are using Oracle, MySQL, Sybase, for anything, this driver is always fixed, sir. The database dependent terminology is going to take care by middleware server. Clear, right? Next, second one, sir. This driver developed completely in Java, fully in Java. That's why I can use the word all Java driver, all Java net protocol driver. All Java means completely in Java. That's why it is a platform independent driver. Sir, you can use any platform, no problem at all. Same driver we can use, whether it is the Windows platform or Linux platform or Sun Solaris, any platform, happily we are allowed to use, right? So it is a platform independent driver. Next, sir, for the type 3, we are not required to have ODBC driver like type 1, vendor specific native libraries like type 2. Have you observed? No need ODBC driver or vendor specific libraries. Everyone can able to understand, okay? Like, Next, limitations, right? What are various limitations are there? Very, very important, sir. I told already just two minor limitations are there, sir. One limitation, performance issue. Because how many level conversions are there? JDBC to middleware server specific calls, middleware server specific calls to database specific calls. That's why two level conversions are there. Performance is down. Next, we require to purchase or buy, sir, this middleware server. Obviously, sir, the cost of this driver is more when compared with all the remaining drivers. The costliest driver among all 4 JDBC drivers is type 3 driver only. Have you observed, right? Sir, because of having middleware server in the middle, there may be a chance of performance problems. Problem number 1. Second one, we need to purchase middleware server, and hence the cost of this driver is high when compared with all remaining drivers. Clear for all of you, right? So, what are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? Next, what is the functionality of type 3 driver? It is very clear in the entire room. If entire person is asking, hey, can you please explain type 3 driver architecture? Get left and right by telling all these things. Clear, right? Last one note I have to cover. What is that is? Can you please give an example for type 3 driver? What is that example, sir? IDS driver. What is that? IDS, Internet Database Access Server. IDS driver. I will how to use this one with program I will explain. Don't worry about that. IDS driver is a type 3 driver. Okay. Next, sir, have you observed? There is one special point is there about this type 3 driver, sir. The only driver which is both platform independent, database independent is a type 3 driver. That's why highly recommended to use in our enterprise application. Tomorrow, if you are changing database, if you are changing platform, we are not required to change our driver software. That's why highly recommended to use type 3 driver, right? Have you observed? The only driver which is both platform independent and database independent is type 3 driver. Hence, it is recommended to use. Clear for all of you, right? Okay? That's all, sir. This is what is the architecture diagram, what is functionality. Next, and after that, what are advantages, what are the disadvantages or limitations of type 3 driver? Are in a position to understand clearly, right? Sir, type 1, type 2 worst drivers not recommended to use, but type 3 and type 4 recommended to use. Type 3 driver, the specialty is database independent, platform independent. For any database, for any platform, one type 3 driver is enough. Internally, the total burden, the total headache is going to take care by which person, sir? Where server. That's all. This is about type 3 driver architecture. Clear, right? Sir, up to this, we covered what are various JDBC drivers, functionality, architecture, advantages, limitations. Next, whether it is the thin driver or thick driver, or whether it is the 2-tier architecture, it follows 2-tier architecture or 3-tier architecture like. But now let me talk about all the summary, a small comparison table which is summarize all properties of all the 4 drivers, right? Okay, just observe that. Here, comparison table of all JDBC drivers. Regarding what is that? Comparison table for all the drivers, right? Sir, now just with respect to which property I want to compare. I want to compare with respect to which property? Next, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, right? Observe that. Sir, here, type 1 driver. If you consider, of course, conversion. I want to talk about what? Conversion property, right? Conversion. Okay? Type 1 driver converts JDBC calls to ODBC calls. Correct or not? It will convert JDBC to ODBC and then ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Clear, right? So type 1 driver converts JDBC calls to ODBC calls. But what about type 2 driver? Sir, whenever I'm talking, immediately in your mind already, sir, the architecture diagram should be there. Sir, have you remember? From type 2 driver converts JDBC calls to native library calls, database specific native library calls, which can be understandable by database engine. Clear, right? Okay. Next, type 3 driver, sir. Type 3 driver means middleware server is there in the middle. Have you remembered, right? Type 3 driver converts JDBC calls to middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls. Have you observed? From JDBC calls to middleware server specific calls, my type 3 driver is going to take care. What about type 4 driver, sir? Direct conversion from JDBC calls to database specific calls. From JDBC calls to database specific calls. Clear for all of it? So, which driver responsible for which conversion? Make sure you people should aware, right? Okay. Next, implemented in. Sir, this driver is developed only in Java or Java with some other languages like. Sir, type 1 driver only in Java, because the reason is it is coming as a part of JDK, right? As a part of Java software only it's coming. Type 1 driver is developed only in Java, sir. But type 2 driver not developed in Java with the native languages like C or C++. Remember this one, sir. Type 2 driver is not completely developed in Java. That's why it is not platform dependent. Platform independent, sir. It is not platform independent. It is a platform dependent driver. I hope you know, right? Next, type 3 and type 4. Both the drivers are developed only in Java. That's why it is also known as all Java net protocol driver, all Java native protocol driver, or it's also known as pure Java driver. So type 3, type 4 developed only in Java. That's why, sir, all Java drivers are these. Okay. Next, is it follows architecture, sir. 2-tier architecture or 3-tier architecture. Just now I covered, except type 3 driver, all the remaining drivers follows what? 2-tier architecture, but type 3 driver follows what? 3-tier architecture, right? Sir, type 1, 2-tier, for type 2, 2-tier, but type 3, 3-tier, right? 3-tier, but type 4 once again 2-tier only. Remember this one, once again it is 2-tier only. Okay, like so which driver follows 3-tier architecture? Only one driver follows 3-tier architecture, type 3 driver, right? Except type 3, all the remaining drivers follows what? 2-tier architecture only. Okay, what is the next one? Is it platform independent driver or platform dependent driver, sir? Sir, obviously type 1 driver is the platform dependent driver. What is the reason is type 1 internally depends on ODBC driver. ODBC driver concept applicable only for what? Windows machine. So that's why it is the platform dependent driver. Is it platform independent or not? No, it is not independent. Next, type 2 driver also, it is internally uses native libraries which are implemented in C or C++. That's why it is also not platform independent. Remember, but these two drivers, right? Type 3 and type 4 completely developed in Java. That's why it is a platform independent drivers. Remember that type 3 is the independent, type 4 is also independent driver only. Next, is it database independent or not? Regarding database independent or not? Yes. Type 1 driver database independent, sir. What is the reason is type 1 driver never communicates directly with the database. Internally it is communicating with what? ODBC, via ODBC driver. That's why it is not communicating with the database directly. It is the database independent driver. But type 2 driver internally uses database specific native libraries. That's why it is not the database independent. It is the database dependent only. But what about type 3, sir? Type 3 driver, do you know it never communicates directly with the database. Internally, my middleware server is going to take care. That's why it is the database independent. But type 4 driver, sir, only limitation with the type 4 driver is it is communicated directly with the database. That's why it is the database dependent driver. It is not the independent driver. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. Next, sir, is it a thin or thick? Is it thin or thick? I hope you people may remember, if the driver required some extra component to communicate with the database, such type of drivers are called thin or thick drivers, right? If the driver won't require any extra component to communicate with the database, that is called what? Thin driver. Sir, type 4 driver directly communicate with the database without taking support of any other extra component. That's why it is the thin driver. But type 1, type 2, type 3 requires some extra component like ODBC driver or native libraries or middleware server. That's why type 1, 2, 3 are thick drivers. I covered in the last videos clearly, sir. Observe. Sir, is it thin or thick? Yes, type 1, type 2, type 3. All the drivers are thick drivers only. But type 4 driver is the thin driver because it can communicate directly with the database without taking support of any extra component. That's why it is the thin driver, right? Clear, right? Next one after that. Okay, sir, also known as, what are various other words for type 1 driver, type 2 driver, right? Also known as type 1 driver, also known as JDBC, ODBC bridge driver or bridge driver. Regarding JDBC, ODBC bridge driver or simply bridge driver. Next, type 2 driver, also known as native API, partly Java driver or simply native driver, right? Regarding native API, partly Java driver, it is not completely developed in Java, it is a partly Java driver or native driver. But what about type 3, sir? All Java net protocol driver, all Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver or middleware driver, because internally it uses what? Middleware server. Like, what is the last one? All Java native protocol driver or pure Java driver or thin driver. These are various other words for type 4 driver, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Okay, that's all. This is a small summary related to types of drivers, right? Sir, now I hope you people you people are getting clarity, right? Sir, almost only types of drivers 10 videos we did, sir. 10 videos we did. Just go through these videos 2 times or 3 times, so that you people can get much clarity on the types of drivers, right? Okay, make sure, sir, if any person even in the middle of sleep also, array, please wake up, array, please wake up, can you please explain architecture of type 4 driver, or what are advantages and disadvantages of type 3 driver, or which drivers are database independent, database dependent, or which drivers are platform independent, platform dependent. You should be in a position to give left and right. Almost 10 videos, whatever I know, each and every point I did in these videos forms, sir. Just go through that so that you will get much clarity about these JDBC drivers. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, up to this, it is very clear for you people. How many types of drivers are there? What are architecture diagrams, functionality, limitations and advantages, right? Then it's a very common doubt, very common interview question. Which driver recommended to use? Regarding whether it is the type 1 or type 2 or type 3 or type 4. Okay, usually generalized conclusion you may have. So type 1, type 2 driver not recommended, but type 3, type 4 are recommended to use. When exactly we should go for type 3? When exactly we should go for type 4, type 2, type 1? I will explain, sir. Sir, very simple, sir. In my project, I'm using only one database. Okay, maybe I'm using only Oracle database. Assume that most of the times, small scale web applications or standalone applications, we are always going to use one type of database only. It may be Oracle or it may be MySQL. Like in our project, in our application, if we are using only one database, only one type of database, we never going to change our database. Highly recommended we should go for type 4 driver. Are you getting that? Okay, in our application, if we are using only one type of database, maybe Oracle or MySQL, like, highly recommended we should go for one type 4 driver. Best examples are standalone applications, Standalone applications, the applications which are running on single machine. Standalone applications are small scale web applications. Small scale web applications. Small standalone applications, small scale web application. For these kind of things, type 4 driver is the best suitable, sir. Remember. So what is the conclusion, sir? In our application, if we are using only one type of database, it may be Oracle or MySQL, better to go for type 4 driver, because we require to use that particular database specific type 4 driver, right? So because we never going to change our database, so database is always fixed, this driver is always fixed, irrespective of any platform. Type 4 driver is always going to work, because type 4 driver is the platform independent driver. For any platform, no problem at all, same type 4 driver is going to work. Sir, suppose assume that I'm working on big enterprise applications, sir. Assume that mobile application, Airtel application, or any telecom application, Airtel application, Idea application, or Geo application. In the lakhs of customers will be there. Customers' information I have to store in the Oracle database, but the bill information, calls information, I have to store in the Sybase database. Observe that. Sir, if it is a big enterprise application, we may require to work with multiple databases, right? Sometimes to store customer information, one type of database. To store, bill information, calls information, we should go for another type of database. Correct or not? Okay? So, that is, if you are working with multiple databases, never recommended to use type 4 drivers, are highly recommended we should go for what? Type 3 driver. Are you getting right? Highly recommended we should go for what? Type 3 driver. Because type 3 driver, the biggest advantage is for all databases, only one driver is enough. Because type 3 driver is a database independent driver. Are you getting? For all MySQL, Oracle, DB2, Sybase, for you can use 10 different types of databases. How many type 3 drivers are required? Only one. Because type 3 driver is database independent driver. Remember that. That's why in our project, if we are using multiple databases, highly recommended we should go for one? Type 3 driver. Clear, right? Okay. Sir, can you give an example? Best example, large scale web applications. Are you getting? Large scale web applications, right? Big web applications, if we are going to do, then we should go for large scale web applications. And sir, enterprise applications, right? And enterprise applications, happily we can go for type 3 driver, right? Are you able to understand? So in our project, if we are using only one type of database, type 4 driver is the recommended. If we are using multiple databases, better to go for what? Type 3 driver. Okay, like, sir, sometime for my database, type 3 driver not available, type 4 driver not available, then automatically type 4 is not there, type 3 is not there, then obviously we should go for type 2 driver. So when we are choosing type 2 driver, sir, if type 4 or type 3 not available, then only we should go for type 2. Because no good driver, then we have to satisfy with the existing driver only, right? That's why, sir, type 2 driver, right? Next, 2 worst, sir. If type 4, type 3, type 2, no other driver is available for my database. Very specific database, sir. Assume that Durga database. Okay? Tomorrow I want to develop my own database, Durga database. For this, only type 1 driver support only there. Type 2, type 3, type 4 is not there. Then, if no other driver is available, then for type 1 driver, Pandagana. Okay? Then we should go for which driver, sir? Type 1 driver, right? I hope it's a very clear. If the interview person is asking, sir, which driver is required to use in which scenarios? Very clear. In our project, if we are using only one type of database, better to go for type 4 driver, because type 4 driver is a database specific platform independent driver. For standalone applications, for small scale web applications, highly recommended to go for what? Type 4 driver, right? Next, in our project, if we are working with multiple databases, okay, like big enterprise applications, large scale web application, then we should go for type 3 driver, because type 3 driver is database independent driver. Clear, right? Next, what about type 2 driver, sir? If for type 4 and type 3 not available, then we should go for one type 2 driver. Clear? If type 4, type 3, type 2 not available, then we can go for one type 1 driver, right? Clear for all of you, right? So which driver required to you in which scenario you should be in a position to give left and right to the interview person, right? Clear for all of you, right? Okay, just let me summarize the notes so that you will get much clarity, right? Have a look once. Sir, which driver okay should be used? Sir, if we are using only one type of database in our application, then it is recommended to you type 4 driver. That particular database specific type 4 driver we have to use, because type 4 driver is a database dependent driver. Okay, examples are standalone applications, small scale web applications, right? Next, if we are using multiple types of databases in our application, then type 3 driver is recommended to use. Sir, it is a large scale web application, enterprise web application, compulsory we should go for one type 3 driver, right? Next, if type 3 and type 4 drivers are not available, then only we should go for one type 2 driver. So type 3 support is not there, type 4 support is not there, then obviously we should go for type 2 only. Then last one, have you observed, right? If no other driver is available, then type 1 driver is going to enjoy, sir. Then we should go for one type 1 driver. Remember that. But anyway, at the generalizer point, don't use type 1 and type 2. Better to use type 4 and type 3 drivers only. Clear, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered what is driver, how many types of drivers are there, what is the functionality and architecture of each driver, what are various advantages and limitations of each driver. Next, which driver should be used. Like we covered multiple videos only on types of drivers, right? Next, related to this drivers concept, there is one more very important interview question is there. Let me talk about that. Sir, we can use sometimes you may heard thin driver. Even I used in the last video this word thin driver and a thick driver. Are you getting right? Sir, what is the difference between thin driver and a thick driver? Are you getting what is the difference between thin driver, thick driver? Maybe a chance to ask, what is the thin? Thin means what? Light weighted. Are you getting that? Light, very light component. Are you getting thin? Thick, what is the meaning of thick, sir? Thick means what? Okay, heavy weight component or fatty component. Are you getting that? Fat component, that is called thick component, right? Sir, with respect to JDBC drivers, what is a thin driver? What is the thick driver, sir? Sir, very simple. Type 1, type 2, type 3 drivers are called thick drivers. Type 4 driver is called thin driver. Okay, observe that. Type 1, 2, 3 are called thick drivers. Type 4 is called thin driver. Sir, you are using the word directly 1, 2, 3 are called thick and 4 is called thin. But what is the meaning of thick driver or what is the meaning of thin driver? First observe that. Sir, very simple. If the driver to communicate with the database, if the driver requires some extra component, are you getting that? Okay, so if the driver requires some extra component to communicate with the database, okay, such type of drivers are called thick drivers, right? Okay, in the case of type 1 driver internally depends on ODBC driver. Sir, with the help of ODBC driver, it can communicate with the database. Suppose ODBC driver is not there, then type 1 driver can't work. Remember that. I hope I covered in the architecture diagrams in the last examples, right? Same way, if we consider type 2 driver to communicate with the database, compulsory database vendor provided native libraries compulsory should be there on the client machine. Otherwise, it can't communicate with the database. Correct, right? Next, type 3 driver. To communicate with the database, compulsory middleware server must be required. So, if the driver software required some extra component to communicate with the database, such type of drivers are called thick drivers, right? Are you able to understand? Sir, my driver required some extra component, then only it can communicate with the database. Such type of drivers are called what? Thick drivers, right? But type 4 driver, it won't require any components, sir. Directly it can communicate with the database, correct, right? It won't require any component. Type 4 driver, without taking support of any other component, directly it can communicate with the database. If the driver won't require any extra component to communicate with the database, such type of driver is called a thin driver, right? Of course, can you give an example for the thin driver, sir? The thin driver, type 4 driver, right? Clear for all of it? Sir, can you please repeat once again? What is a thick driver? What is the thin driver? If the driver software required some extra component to communicate with the database, such type of driver is called thick driver. If the driver software won't require any extra component, directly it can communicate with the database, such type of driver is called what? Thin driver. In the interview, sometimes maybe a chance of asking, what is the meaning of thick driver, or what is the meaning of thin driver? Which are thick drivers, which are thin drivers? You should be in a position to answer, right? Okay, just have a look once, sir. If you consider, this is my Java application, sir, all the drivers are there in front of you. It's a very helpful, sir. Sir, this is the Java application which internal uses JDBC. This is my database. Observe that this is itself is my database, right? Now, if it is a type 1 driver, type 1 Java application communicates with the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicates with the ODBC driver, which is going to communicate with the database. Are you getting? So, type 1 driver required ODBC driver to communicate with the database. That's why this driver is a thick driver. Remember this one, because without taking extra component support, it can't communicate with the database. So, type 1 driver to work, compulsory ODBC driver must be required. Are you getting that? If the driver required extra component to communicate with the database, such type of driver is called what? Thick driver. Clear, right? Same way, type 2 driver, Java application communicates with the type 2 driver. Type 2 driver internally uses database specific native libraries. Have you remembered, right? Database specific native libraries, then which is going to communicate with the database. Are you getting? So, type 2 driver require native libraries, then only it can communicate with the database. That's why this driver is also thick driver, right? Next, type 3 driver required middleware server to communicate with the database. Correct or not? So, type 3 driver required middleware server to communicate with the database. That's why type 3 driver also thick driver, right? But if you observe type 4 driver directly communicate with the database. I'm not taking any extra component like ODBC driver or database specific native libraries or middleware server. This type 4 driver directly communicate with the database without taking any extra component support. That's why this driver is nothing but one thin driver. Are you in a position to understand, right? Sir, which drivers are thick drivers? Type 1, type 2, type 3 drivers are thick drivers. Type 4 driver is a thin driver. Clear, right? So, in the interview room, if any person is asking what is the difference between thick driver and a thin driver, okay? If the database driver requires some extra component to communicate with the database, such a type of driver is called a thick driver, okay? Example for the thick driver is type 1, type 2, type 3. If the database won't require, if driver software won't require any extra component to communicate with the database, if the driver directly can communicate with the database, such a type of drivers are called thin driver. Example for the thin driver is a type 4 driver. Clear, right? Sir, maybe a chance to ask what is the difference between thick driver and a thin driver, or which are thick drivers, which are thin drivers. I hope it's clear for all of you, right? That's all. In the last video, we covered about what is a thin driver, what is the thick driver. Correct, right? We covered already. Sir, now there is another word I have to discuss about these drivers. Sometimes we may heard type 1 driver follows 2-tier architecture. Type 2 driver follows 2-tier architecture. Sir, type 3 driver follows 3-tier architecture. What is the meaning of 2-tier, 3-tier and the n-tier? Like, let me talk about that. Sir, which driver follows which architecture? Compulsory you people should have clarity, right? Sir, very, very simple. How many levels of missions are there? Sometimes we know presentation tier, business tier, next and after the data integration IAS, what we call database tier, like multiple tiers. Multiple tiers means what? Multiple levels. Remember this one. Presentation tier, okay, which always talks about presentation logic. Business tier, which is always talks about business logic. Database tier, which is always talks about database logic. Are you getting right? So this is levels we require to divide, missions we require to divide. Such a type of thing is nothing but tiers, tier architecture, right? Okay, even in our projects also, sir, project 2-tier architecture, 3-tier architecture, n-tier architecture, like you may have. Sir, very simple. As of now, at very basic level, tier means number of levels, sir. N-tier means n levels. 2-tier means 2 levels. Just easily you can able to remember. Now observe that in the case of, sir, here JDBC drivers 2-tier versus 3-tier. Are you getting 2-tier versus 3-tier? Don't get shocked by seeing all the diagrams at a time. Don't get confused. Here, see this one. Here, the first one I'm talking about type 1 driver, right? Sir, Java application, type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicates with ODBC driver. ODBC driver communicates with the database. Correct or not? Okay. So this is the type 1. We covered multiple times by this type. Now observe this. Here, how many missions are there? Total, how many different possible missions are there? Very simple, sir. On the client mission, our Java program has to run. Type 1 driver should be there. ODBC driver should be there. Sir, on the client mission, how many things should be there? Java application, type 1 driver, ODBC driver. These 3 things are available on the client mission. Clear? Next, database, sir, it is locating on some other mission. Assume that worst scenario, it's locating on some other mission. Database server mission. Okay, sir, in the case of type 1 driver, how many missions are required, sir? In the max, how many missions are required? 1 mission for database purpose, another mission for our Java program under type 1 driver and ODBC driver. Sir, this mission is the client mission. This mission is nothing but what? Database server mission. That's why total, how many tiers are there here? Client mission. Next one after that, second one is nothing but what? Database server mission. That's why it follows 2-tier architecture. Remember this one. Type 1 driver follows what? 2-tier architecture. Client tier, database tier. Are you getting that? Client mission, database mission. So type 1 driver follows 2-tier architecture. Clear for all of you, right? Next, similarly, let me talk about type 2 driver, sir. Even type 2 driver is also more or less same. Java application communicates with the type 2 driver. Type 2 driver convert JDBC calls into vendor specific native library calls, which can be understandable by database, right? Sir, here also, this Java application, type 2 driver and the vendor specific native libraries, all these things are available on which missions are? Client mission. Next, database is available on which missions are? Database server mission. Client tier, database tier. Or client mission, database mission. So, how many tiers are there for the type 2 driver? Once again, sir, it is follows 2-tier architecture. Remember this one, sir. So, type 2 driver also follows 2-tier architecture only, because, sir, max 2 levels are possible, 2 tiers are possible, right? But observe type 3 driver, right? Very, very important, sir. There is small difference there, observe. On the client mission, have you observed Java application, type 3 driver? Sir, Java application communicates with the type 3 driver. Type 3 driver can communicate with the middleware server by using network protocol. Next, middleware server can communicate with the database. Are you getting right? So total how many here observe? Java application and the type 3 driver locating on client machine. Middleware server may locate on different machine. That machine is by default considered as middleware server machine. Database is locating on different machine. That machine database server machine. Are you getting right? Sir, here client machine, middleware server machine, and then database machine. Client tier, middleware server tier, database tier. How many tiers are there? Sir, 3 tiers. That's why type 3 driver follows 3 tier architecture. Remember this one, okay? Type 3 driver follows 3 tier architecture, right? Okay, because client machine, middleware server machine, and after that what? Database server machine. Total how many levels are there, sir? 3 levels, 3 tiers are there. That's why 3 tier architecture. What about fourth one, sir? Observe that. Type 4 driver. Type 4 driver is very simple, sir. Java application communicate with the type 4 driver. Type 4 driver communicate with the database directly. And the client machine, okay, client machine, Java application, type 4 driver will be there. And the database server machine, database server will be there. How many levels are there, sir? Only 2 levels. Client tier and the database server tier. That's why it follows 2 tier architecture. Remember this one. Are you getting right? So these are what is the meaning of which driver follows which architecture you people should aware. Type 1, type 2 and type 4 follows 2 tier architecture. But a type 3 driver follows 3 tier architecture. The only JDBC driver which follows a 3 tier architecture is type 3 driver only. Except a type 3 driver, all the remaining drivers follows 2 tier architecture only. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, in the interview room, in the worst scenario, type 1 driver follows 2 tier or 3 tier architecture. Immediately give left and right. Are you getting right? So except a type 3, all the remaining drivers follows 2 tier architecture. Type 3 driver follows 3 tier architecture. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. Sir, usually we can use execute query method for what? Select operations, right? But sometimes there may be a chance of some crack candidates are there. Sir, I want to use execute query method for non-select operations. What will happen? Are you getting that? I want to by mistake. If I'm going to use execute query method for non-select operations, what will happen, sir? Sir, we can use execute query versus non-select. Execute method loopholes I'm talking, sir. Sir, now usually we can use execute query method for select operation. If I use execute query method for non-select operation, what will happen? Just observe that. Result set RS is equal to st dot execute query. Are you getting st dot execute query, sir? Sir, it is always expecting select query, but I want to use non-select query, sir. Update employees, set esal is equal to, sir, 7777, where okay, e name is equal to Sachin. Are you getting? Where e name is equal to Sachin. Like this I am taking, sir. Sir, this is my query. Is it select query or non-select query? Non-select query. For non-select query, what method I have to use? Execute update. But by mistake I am using execute query method. What will happen? Observe that. If we use execute query method for non-select operations, what will happen, sir? Very simple. The result is varied from driver to driver. We can't expect for every driver same behavior, right? It is varied from driver to driver. Suppose if I use type 1 driver of Oracle, are you getting right? If I use type 1 driver of Oracle, then we will get SQL exception. Are you getting, sir? You should not use like this. Like that, immediately it's going to rise what? SQL exception. Same program for type 4 driver of Oracle we are using. Sir, I want to use Oracle type 4 driver, sir. We won't get any exception. Empty result set by default we are going to get. Are you getting right? What is this one, sir? Empty result set by default we will get. We won't get any exception. Remember that, okay? But by mistake, if I'm trying to access this empty result set, then we will get the SQL exception. Remember this one. If you are not accessing that result set, then we won't get any exception. If by mistake trying to access that empty result set, then only we will get SQL exception, right? Are you able to understand, right? So usually execute query method is applicable for select operation. Instead of select by mistake, if you pass non-select operation for execute query method, what will happen, sir? Simple answer. The result is varied from driver to driver. Sir, for type 1 driver of Oracle, we will get one SQL exception. For type 4 driver of Oracle, we won't get any exception. We will get empty result set. Sir, in the programming, once our JDBC programs are going to start, there I will explain. But for your idea purpose, let me show basic idea, right? Have a look once, sir. I have one program is there, sir. Here execute method loopholes 2t1 is my name of the program. Sir, now I use sun.jdbc.odbc. What is the meaning of that, sir? It is the type 1 driver issue. Sir, now what is my method? st execute query. Sir, I am taking update employees. Set ECL is equal to, sir, 7777, where ename is equal to Sachin. Like this I took, sir. Now let me execute this program. Java C execute method loopholes, execute method loopholes 2t1. Are you getting right? What is this one? 2t1. Sir, non-select query for execute query method for type 1 driver. What will happen, sir? Sir, compiles fine. Next, Java execute method loopholes 2t1 like this. Can you tell what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? Can you spell out, sir? What is that exception? Java.sql exception. Sir, what is the Java.sql exception? No result set was produced. Clear for all of it? But what is this program? How to write this program? Don't worry. Just to get the basic idea I showed, sir. After completing all our steps, I will explain all the programs in detail. Don't worry about this one, sir. So, very simple. If I use a type 1 driver, execute query method, non-select query, what will happen, sir? We are getting SQL exception saying no result set was produced. For the same requirement, if I use type 4 driver, don't worry about that. Sir, how to use this is the thin driver, type 4 driver. But what is this coding? I will explain in detail next session. Don't worry. Sir, this is type 4 driver, execute query, and it is a non-select query. Are you getting that? What is this one, sir? Non-select query. What will happen, sir? Sir, we won't get any exception. We will get empty result set. Same program. Let me take 2t4.java. Are you getting? 2t4.java. Sir, 2t4. Have you observed? I'm not getting any exception, sir. No exception at all. Sir, by mistake, if I'm trying to access this result set, rs dot next. Are you getting? I'm trying to access this result set, sir. What will happen is, observe that. What will happen? Sir, Java done SQL exception, or fetch out of sequence. Are you getting that? What is this error, sir? Fetch out of sequence, like by default we are going to get. Sir, make sure it is the very clear for you people, right? So, execute query method applicable for select operations. By mistake, if using for non-select query, what will happen? The result is varied from driver to driver. If it is for type 1 driver, SQL exception. If it is for type 4 driver, sir, we won't get any exception. Empty result set will be produced. If you are trying to access that empty result set, we will get SQL exception. Clear, right? Up to this? Sir, now observe the first loophole already I covered related to execute method. Execute query for non-select operation, what will happen? But now execute update method for select operation, what will happen? Sir, execute update method is always applicable for non-select queries. By mistake, if I am using execute update method for select query, what will happen, sir? Have you observed? execute update versus select a query, right? So now I'm taking int x is equal to here, just observe st dot execute update, sir, execute update is always expecting what? Non-select query. It may be insert or delete or update, but now I'm taking select star from employees, like I'm taking. Regarding select star from employees, like I'm taking, sir. Now the question is, take a bit very special care. If I use execute update method for select, what will happen, sir? The result is varied from driver to driver. If I use type on driver of Oracle, sir, type on driver for Oracle database, right? What will happen is we will get SQL exception. Are you getting right? What we are going to get? We will get SQL exception saying no row count was produced, because it's the select query. How it is going to provide row count? But if I use type 4 driver of Oracle, sir, we won't get any exception. Simply it's going to tell, yes, how many rows selected? If for employees table contain 5 employees, then the number of employees selected, that number by default we are going to get, sir. Number of rows selected by default you will get. Everyone can able to understand, right? So make sure, sir, by mistake execute update method, if we use for select operation, what will happen? The result is varied from driver to driver. If it is the type on driver, we will get SQL exception. Type 4 driver of Oracle, then we won't get any exception. Number of rows are selected. Clear for all of it? So it's just let me go for a small example so that you can aware. Sir, these programs not yet explained. After completing our theory, at last programming there I will explain. Just basic idea purpose, let me show. That's all. Here, have a look once, sir. Execute method loopholes 3T1 is my program. Sir, JDBC, ODBC driver line. Sir, now which method I am using? Execute update method. For which query I am using? Select star from employees, right? Observe that. Select the execute update for select star from employees. Now, what is the name of the program? 3T1. Have you observed, right? 3T1.java. Next, Java 3T1. Okay, like, sir, can you please observe exception in the thread main? Java.SQL exception. No row count was produced. SQL exception saying what? No row count was produced, right? Okay, like, now what I'm taking is same program. Let me go for type 4 driver. This is the type 4 driver, sir. Anyway, I will explain next session, so don't worry about that. Execute update method, select the star from, sir, into row count, system.out.println of row count. Sir, if it is the type 1, we are getting SQL exception saying no row count was produced, sir. But if it is the type 4 driver, what will happen, sir? 3T4.java. 3T4. Have you observed? What will happen? Sir, 4. What is the meaning of 4 is, in our database, how many employees are there, sir? 4 employees are available. That 4. So, that 4 by default it's going to return, sir. Have you observed, right? In our database, if you observe that, how many employees are there? 4 employees are there. That 4 employee data by default, it's the 4 employees, that number by default it's going to return. Sir, let me explain. Observe once again, sir. Execute update method applicable for non-selected queries. By mistake, if you are using execute update method for selected query, what will happen, sir? Sir, if the result is varied from driver to driver. If it is the type on driver, we will get SQL exception. If it is the type 4 driver, we won't get any exception. Sir, how many rows are selected? That number by default we are going to get the output. Clear for all of you right up to this? Sir, usually we can use execute update method for non-selected queries. Sir, now my requirement is, sometimes I may require to execute DDL queries. Create table, delete table, alter table, like I want to execute DDL queries, right? If I use execute update to create table, what will happen? Regarding if I use execute update to create table, what will happen? Because the return type of execute update is always what? Int, which represents number of rows affected. But create table, there is no question of number of rows. Are you getting? Where is the point of number of rows? What will happen, sir? Observe that. Int row count is equal to st dot execute update of execute update of. So I'm taking create table emp, create table emp, enum is a number type. Just enum is what type, sir? Number type, like this. Sir, if I use create table, there is no chance of, or there is no question of number of rows affected. If it is the insert query, delete query, update query, number of rows, the number of rows deleted, number of rows created, number of rows updated is the meaning. But here create table, then what is the return type we are going to get, sir? Regarding what it's going to return, the result is varied from driver to driver. Remember this one, the result is varied from driver to driver. So execute update. Sir, for DDL queries, what will happen? The result is varied from driver to driver. If I use type 1 driver of Oracle, sir, if I use type 1 driver of Oracle, we will get -1. Are you getting? We will get what? -1. Sir, for the same, if I use type 4 driver of Oracle, then we will get what? 0, sir. Are you getting? What we are going to get, sir? 0. Sir, if I use a type 1 for Oracle, -1. If type 4 of Oracle, 0 we are going to get. So, if you misuse the concepts, what will happen, sir? Compulsory you should aware that knowledge also, because sometimes entry persons are crack candidates by default will be there, sir. If I use execute update for select, what will happen? If I use execute query for non-select, what will happen? So, like you should aware, right? So, execute update for create table DDL command, what will happen? The result is varied from driver to driver. If it is for type 1, we will get -1. If it is the type 4 of Oracle, we will get 0. Let me execute this code, sir. Observe that a bit carefully, sir. Sir, now I am taking here legend this one. Sir, execute method loopholes. Okay, one T1, one type 1, sir. Now I am taking here, observe, sir, sun.jdbc.odbc means a type 1 driver, sir. Now st.execute update, sir, I am using which method? Execute update. For which one? Create a table emp1 enum number I am taking, sir. Let me execute this code. Execute method loopholes 1t1. Okay, sir, execute method loopholes, execute method loopholes 1t1.java. Java execute method loopholes, sir, here execute method loopholes 1t1. Can you please cross check, sir? What I am getting? -1. If I use type 1 driver, what is the value by default we are going to get, sir? -1 is the value we are getting. Sir, same program, let me go for type 4 driver. Are you getting? This is the type 4. Anyway, I will explain in the next session, so don't worry. Sir, what is the method I am using? Execute update. What is the query I am using? DDL query. Create table, sir. What will happen here is, observe that 1t4. Okay, 1t4.java. Next 1t4. Let me run this code, sir. Yes, what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? 0. Is it clear for all of it? Okay, that's all. This is what you people should be aware. So it's very clear. If you use execute update for DDL queries like create table, result is varied from driver to driver. It is, we can't expect. If it's the type 1, you are getting -1. If it's the type 4, we are going to get 0. Clear, right? Okay, that's all, sir. These are various execute method loopholes. Sir, don't feel execute query is applicable for select. By mistake, if we are applying for non-select, what will happen? Sir, execute update. By mistake, if you are applying for select, what will happen? Execute update. If I use for create table, like what will happen, sir? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me repeat once again, just matter of 2 minutes. Sir, first one, execute query versus non-select. Execute query versus non-select. If I use a non-select query For execute query method, the result is varied from driver to driver. For type 1, we will get, okay, SQL exception. Okay. For type 4 driver, we will get empty result set. Sir, we won't get any exception, empty result set. But by mistake, if you are trying to access that empty result set, then we will get one SQL exception. Clear, right? Similarly, I covered execute update versus select. Execute update versus select queries, right? Sir, execute update we have to use for non-select. By mistake, if you are trying to use for select a query, the result is varied from driver to driver. If it is a type 1 driver, okay, then we will get SQL exception. If it is a type 4 driver, regarding if it is the type 4 driver, we won't get any exception. The number of rows selected, are you getting right? The number of rows selected, that is the return type of execute update method we are going to get. Next, after that, third case already I covered, sir. Execute update versus DDL queries, right? Sir, if I use execute update to create table, to alter table, to delete table, what will happen, sir? The result is varied from driver to driver. If it is a type 1 driver of Oracle, then we will get one -1. If it is a type 4 driver of Oracle, then we will get one 0. That's all, sir. So, by mistake, if I misuse concepts, what will happen, sir? To answer. Clear for all of it? So, these are various things related to execute methods, right? That's all. Sir, that's all. Up to this we covered how to load and register driver class, how to establish connection between Java application and a database. What is the next thing, sir? Step number 3. Okay? Step 3. What is the step 3? Is creation of statement object. Are you getting? Creation of statement object. Okay. Sir, what is the need? What is the purpose of statement object? Once we established connection between Java application and the database. Assume that, sir, connection is ready. Connection is ready, sir. Once connection established between Java application and database, to send, now I have to send my SQL query and execute, get the result. That's about my ultimate requirement, right? Sir, to send our SQL query to the database, after execution, to bring results from database to Java application, some vehicle must be required. Are you getting? Let me repeat once again, sir. To send the SQL query to the database and to get the results from database to Java application, some vehicle must be required. That vehicle is nothing but statement object. Very, very important question for the interview room, sir. Sir, what is the purpose of statement object? To send our SQL query to the database and to bring the results from database to Java application, some vehicle must be required. That vehicle is nothing but statement object. Vehicle. Are you able to understand that? That vehicle is nothing but statement object, right? Sir, how to create statement object? Very simple, sir. Statement st is equal to, statement st is equal to content. Sir, what is this one? Con means what? Connection object. Connection interface contain create statement method. Are you getting? Connection interface contain create statement method. By using that, I can able to get statement object. Are you getting that? So, how to get statement object? Can you please spell out, sir? Statement st is equal to con dot create statement. Sir, connection interface contain create statement method. By using that, I can able to get statement object. It's a very easy step, sir. Sir, up to these, how many steps are completed? 3 things. What is the first one? Load and register driver class. Second one, establish connection between Java application and database. What is the third one, sir? Sir, creation of statement object. What is a statement? What is the purpose of statement? How to create statement object? Very important, sir. To send our SQL query to the database and to bring the results from database to Java application, some vehicle must be required. That vehicle is nothing but, okay, statement object. We can create statement object by using create a statement method present inside connection interface. Clear for all of you, right? Can you please tell these statements are statement st is equal to con dot create statement. That's all. Clear for all of you, right? These are the first 3 steps what you should aware. Sir, now here the part of standard steps to develop our application. We covered 3 steps. What is the first one, sir? Load and register driver class. Second one, sir, establish connection between Java application and database. Third step, sir, to send our SQL query. Okay, some vehicle must be required. Creation of statement object. Up to that we covered, right? Sir, now, sir, I have to prepare my SQL query. I have to send it to the database. Regarding that is about my step number 4. Sir, what is the step 4, sir? Prepare, send and execute SQL query. Are getting? I have to prepare, send and execute our SQL query. Sir, some people may not have basic idea about Oracle or basic idea about SQL. For them, just a few minutes, 10 to 15 minutes I want to spend, sir, to create basic idea. But I'm not going to explain Oracle. Don't worry about that. But even you don't know Oracle, but you can able to understand my classes. That the minimum knowledge I want to provide in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Clear right up to that? Sir, now, how many types of SQL queries are there? Okay, sir, according to database point of view, according to Java developer point of view, what are various queries are there, sir? Okay, SQL query, which is the responsible to do some operation at a database side. Sir, according to database specification, according to database point of view, what are various types of SQL operations we can perform? SQL commands we have. Sometimes I want to create a table. Sometimes I want to delete a table. Or sometimes I want to insert a data. Sometimes I want to delete data. Sometimes I want to update existing data. Are you getting? Sometimes I have to start transaction. Sometimes I have to delete. Okay, I have to stop transaction. Like, sir, what are various operations are there related to database? Sir, database point of view, all SQL operations are divided into multiple categories, right? Sir, let me talk database point of view first and then Java programmer point of view next. Clear for all of you, right? Just have a look once, sir. Just I summarize all the operations according to database point of view, right? Sir, types of SQL commands. Are you getting types of SQL commands, right? Sir, first category, DDL. In your academic somewhere, you may heard about DDL. DDL means what, sir? Sir, data definition language. Are you getting? Data definition language command. Sir, can you please create table? I want to create a table. Can you please alter existing table? Or can you please drop your table? These type of commands are by default considered as DDL, data definition language commands, right? I want to create table, alter table, drop table. This category is DDL commands, right? Next, sir, I want to manipulate data. I want to insert data. I want to, sir, delete data. I want to update data, like the data present inside table. I want to manipulate. Such type of commands are by default considered as DML. What is the DML, sir? Data manipulation language commands. Clear, right? Sir, example, insert, delete, update. Insert, delete, update. These 3 commands are by default considered as DML commands, right? Okay. Next, sir, DQL. Sir, very, very important. Java developer point of view, DML commands are very important, sir. Most of the times, we are not going to create table. Database admin is the responsible for these DDL. But DML, Java developer is the responsible, sir. We are responsible to insert data, update data, delete data. That's why we should aware. DML commands are insert, delete, update. Next, data query language. DQL. Sir, selection operation. Hey, can you please provide all employees data which is present inside employee table? Can you please provide student data present? Select a star from student, select a star from employees. Such type of select operation is nothing but DQL commands. Are you getting what is this one, sir? Data query language commands, right? Okay. Next, data control language commands. Are you getting DCL commands, right? Data control language command. But most of the times, being a Java programmer, we never going to talk about this. Database admin is the responsible. Alter password. Okay, can you please alter password? Next, grant access. Are you getting? Can you please provide access for this user? Like grant access. These kind of things are by default considered as what? DCL commands. Next, data administration commands. Your DBA related activities, right? Start audit, stop audit, like these things are by default considered as DBA commands, data administration commands. What is the next one, sir? Transaction control commands. Sir, in our JDBC, we are going to implement transactions. There I will discuss about this one, sir. Commit, rollback, save point, these kind of operations are transaction control commands. Everyone can able to understand, right? So, sir, we can use SQL commands to perform operations on database. Next, all SQL commands are divided into what are various categories according to database point of view. Have you observed, right? Database admin, DDL, DML, DQL, DCL, administration commands, transaction concurrency, transaction control commands, right? These are various types of commands present inside, okay? The present various available commands, SQL commands, right? So all these database point of view. But I'm not database admin. Of course, being a Java programmer, what commands we require to worry about that? Remember that, sir, Java developer point of view, all these commands are divided into only two categories. Being Java developer, I require only two types of commands only. Listen, these ones are in the next videos. I will explain in detail. But anyway, just observe that. Java developer point of view, okay? Java developer point of view, all the SQL commands are divided into only two categories, right? One is select queries. One is select queries. Second one is non-select queries. Are you getting right? Or select operation. Second one is what? Non-select operation. Sir, being Java programmer, he required to worry about only two things. Is it select query or is it non-select query, right? Select queries are nothing but what? DQL. Something like select star from employees. Are you getting? Select a star from employee. Sir, non-select commands are nothing but DML commands. Most of the times, Java developer is always going to talk about how to insert data, how to delete data, how to update data. These kind of things only is going to do that. So, sir, Java developer point of view, sir, only these two types of queries are required. One is select query. Second one is what? Non-select query. Very, very important, sir. Okay, because the methods what we have to use in your JDBC based on this division only we require to use. But the database point of view, these are various types of commands. Are you getting basic idea, right? Sir, DML command, DCL command, or DDL command, DQL command you should have. Sir, if any person is asking in the interview what types of SQL commands are there, just at least a terminology you should be aware. How you can perform grant access and so on. No one is going to ask because we are not a database admins. Clear, right? But Java developer point of view, all SQL queries are divided into two categories. What is the first category? Select a query. Second category, non-select. Select operations are nothing but DQL. Non-select operations are nothing but DML. Just keep this point in your mind because, sir, every next level we have to talk with respect to this division only. Clear for all of you, right? Hi friends, welcome back. In the last videos, just we had a discussion about what is JDBC, what is the JDBC architecture, next what is the JDBC API, like what are various basic terminology related to JDBC, what is the driver software, what is the statement like we covered. I hope now the basic terminology about JDBC it is very clear for you people, right? Okay. Sir, now in this video, just I want to talk about the most valuable important question for the interview room. How many types of drivers are available? What is the topic name, sir? Types of drivers. How many types of JDBC drivers are available? Okay, sir, before going, how many types are there? Just let me review what is the purpose of drivers are first, so that you people can aware. Sir, I have Java application is there, sir. Assume that it is a Java application. Are you getting that? I have Java application is there. Now I want to communicate with the database. Sir, assume it is the database. From Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, our Java specific calls we have to convert into database specific calls. Database specific calls we have to convert into Java calls. Are you getting that? Compulsory some translator is required to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls. This translator is nothing but driver software. Have you remembered, right? In the last videos we covered very clearly what is the need of driver software, sir. Sir, to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but one driver software. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now my question is, how many types of drivers are available? Okay, like simple answer, sir. How many drivers are available? Sir, very important question for the interview room. Compulsory you people should have clear clarity about this one. How many drivers are available? Yes, 2, 3, 4 or thousands of drivers. Remember that in the market, thousands of drivers are available, sir. Every day to day, new drivers are going to be added. Remember, but all JDBC drivers are divided into 4 types based on the functionality and based on architecture. Remember this one. How the driver internally implemented. What is the architecture it follows. What is the functionality of this internal driver. Okay, like based on the functionality, based on the architecture, all these drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types, right? Remember this one. Sir, I will just provide what is the type 1 driver, what is the first driver. Automatically you have to tell the remaining driver names, sir. Remember this one. Sir, what is the first one, sir? What is the first one? Type 1 driver. What is the first category, sir? Type 1 driver is the first category, right? Can you spell out? What is the next one? What is the next one? Type 2 driver. What is the type 2 driver? Similarly, okay, type 3 driver. Type 3 driver. Next, type 4 driver, right? Okay, type 4 driver. So total JDBC drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types of drivers are there. In the interview room, if interview person is asking how many JDBC drivers are available, then immediately your answer should be 4, right? Sir, what is the first category? Type 1. What is the second one, sir? Type 2. Type 3, type 4. But anyway, for this, based on the functionality, some other names also available, right? Type 1 driver is also known as JDBC, ODBC bridge driver. Are you getting what is the other words, sir? For the type 1, JDBC, ODBC bridge driver, or simply some people may use bridge driver. Remember this one. Simply some people may use one bridge driver, right? Sir, type 2 driver. Type 2 driver is also known as partly Java, okay, partly Java native API driver, sir. Sir, very simple. Native API, partly Java driver. Type 2 driver is also known as what? Native API, partly Java driver, or simply native driver, or simply native driver, sir. This is the second driver is all type 2 driver is also known as. The same way, type 3 driver, sir. Type 3 driver is also known as, okay, all Java net protocol driver. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver, or simply other word we can use middleware driver. What is the other word, sir? Middleware driver like. So this type 3 driver, also known as all Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver or simply middleware driver. Sir, same way type 4 driver. Type 4 driver is also known as pure Java driver. Type 4 driver is also known as pure Java driver or okay, native protocol driver or sir simple thin driver or simple, what is the other word, sir? Thin driver. Okay, remember. But anyway, don't worry about these words. Once I'm introducing the functionality of these drivers, then you can able to understand these parts clearly, right? But just simply remember, sir, how many types of JDBC drivers are there? How many types of JDBC drivers are there, sir? 4 types. So what is the first one? Type 1 driver, type 2 driver, type 3 driver, type 4 driver, right? Next, what is the purpose of driver software? To convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls. Some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but database driver. Clear, right? So most valuable important question for the entire room. In JDBC, how many types of drivers are available? Immediately the answer should be what? 4 types, right? But there is one small confusion point is there, sir. What is that point here is, observe that. Sir, basically, how many types of drivers are available, sir? 4 drivers, sir. But suddenly, very recently, okay, there is one software company named with Progress Data Direct. What is that company name, sir? Progress Data Direct. This company people are introduced one special third party driver. Sir, that driver they named as type 5 driver. Okay, sir, Progress Data Direct, a third party person introduced one driver. They are telling that it is the type 5 driver. But anyway, as of now, industry, JDBC, not JDBC, industry recognized the driver this. So in the interview room, if an interview person is asking how many types of drivers are available, simply you have to tell only 4 types of drivers only. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Clear for all of it? So make sure you people should aware, sir. Very important interview question we are discussing. In JDBC, what is the purpose of driver? How many types of drivers are there? Okay, to convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator must be required. That translator is nothing but a driver. In JDBC, 4 types of drivers are available based on the functionality and architecture. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Other names are there, don't worry much. While discussing these drivers in detail, then I will repeat once again, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Just let me review up to this whatever we covered, right? Okay, just have a look once, sir. Listen this one. Sir, while here observe, just I spell out what is the purpose of driver, sir. While communicating with the database, we have to convert Java calls into database specific calls, Java calls into database specific calls, and the database specific calls into Java calls. Okay, for this driver software is required. Are you getting right? To convert Java calls into database specific calls, database specific calls into Java calls, some translator is required. That translator itself is nothing but driver software. Next, in the market, thousands of drivers are available, right? But based on functionality and architecture, all drivers are divided into how many types, right? 4 types only. Remember, that's a very, very important question. How many types of drivers are there? What is the purpose of driver software? These 2 things you should aware. Sir, what is the first one? Type 1. Type 3, type 4 driver, right? Okay, there are 4 types of drivers are available. So type 1 driver, also known as JDBC ODBC bridge driver or simply bridge driver, right? Next, type 2 driver, also known as native API partly Java driver or simply native driver. Regarding it is internally uses some native libraries. I will explain. Sir, that's why native API partly Java driver or native driver. Clear? Next, type 3 driver, also known as all Java. Have you observed, right? It's purely developed in Java only. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver, sir. All Java net protocol driver or network protocol driver. this driver internally uses middleware server. That's why it is also known as middleware driver. Everyone can able to understand that, okay? That's all. This is the type 3. Next, type 4 driver, right? Type 4 driver also known as all Java native protocol driver, or pure Java driver, or simply thin driver. It is the Oracle specific terminology anyway. It is also known as a thin driver, right? Up to this is the clear, right? So I am repeating multiple times. If any person is asking in the interview room, do you know how many types of JDBC drivers are there? Get left and right. There are 4 types of JDBC drivers are available. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. If you are interested, you can spell out these words also. Okay, like next and after that, even there is a note also I provided, sir. Observe that Progress Data Direct Software Company introduced type 5 driver. It is not the industry standard driver. Even they introduced it, it's a third party software company, but the industry, sir, standard drivers are 4 only. Sir, they are introducing type 5 driver, but industry not yet recognized one JDBC standard driver. That's all. Are you able to understand basic introduction? What is the driver? How many types of drivers are there? What is the purpose of each driver, right? Okay. If you feel comfortable, in the next I will talk about what is the architecture of type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, type 5. Next, how we can use these drivers for our JDBC programming, I will explain so that you people can get much clarity in the subject. Clear, right? Sir, up to this we covered the first step, sir, to develop JDBC application, load and register driver class. For that, what is the line we added, sir? Can you please repeat? Class dot for name of what is that? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. Up to that we did this activity, sir. But from JDBC 4.0 version onwards, even this line also not required because it is optional. Sir, JVM will load driver class automatically from class path. Okay, that's all. Once we loaded and registered driver class, what is the next step, sir? Step number 2, establish connection between Java application and a database. Sir, now loaded driver software or loaded driver class. Now establish connection between Java application and a database. Sir, to establish connection, what step is required? Very simple, sir. Driver manager class, there is one class is there named with the driver manager, you know. Driver manager class contain get connection method. What is the method, sir? Driver manager class contain get connection method to establish connection between Java application and a database. But this get connection method can take what are various arguments. Okay, if you want to communicate with the database, sir, if you want to establish connection for the database, what things must be required? Okay, what are various arguments, right? Sir, very simple. I hope everyone in the classroom or everyone who is seeing this video, you checked your Gmail. Are you getting that? You checked your Gmail multiple times, usually to check your mails. If you want to check your mail in the Gmail, can you please tell what are various things are required? First, www.gmail.com. You have to type, sir. Sir, with this, you can able to reach up to Gmail server. Are you getting? You can able to reach up to Gmail server. Once you type this one, and then to check your mail, compulsory next what thing must be required, sir? This is nothing but what? URL. With this URL, you can reach until Gmail server. But to check your mail, what is the next one is required? Username is required and password is required. Are you getting? Sir, once a Gmail URL, username and password, now you can able to check your mail. Same way, to connect with the database, assume that, sir, to connect with the database, this is my database. To connect with the database, how many parameters are required? JDBC URL is required. By using this URL, I can reach until database server. Are you getting? I can reach until database server. But once I reached this mission, but compulsory username and password is required to communicate with the database. Are you getting? So if you want to establish connection with the database, three things are required. What is the first one, sir? JDBC URL, which represents URL of our database. Second one, sir, username. Third one, sir, password. If you have these three things, then driver manager.getConnection method can provide connection object to the programmer. Everyone can able to understand, right? So how to establish connection with the database? How I can get connection object? Driver manager class contain get connection method. By using that, we can able to get connection object. But the driver manager dot get connection expecting three parameters. One is URL of database, which is nothing but JDBC URL, and the username and password credentials which are required to connect with the database. Clear for all of you, right? So after loading and registered driver class, second activity what we have to do, establish connection between Java application and database. For that, which thing is required, right? Driver manager dot get connection method. Sir, very simple. Just let me write a bit in detail, okay, so that you people can get much clarity, right? Sir, here I am taking connection con is equal to, because I am getting connection object, sir, connection con is equal to driver manager dot, what is the method name, sir? Can I spell out what is the method name? Driver manager dot get connection. Driver manager dot get connection. This get connection method is always expecting three parameters, right? JDBC URL, comma, what is the second one, sir? Username, comma, what is the third one? Password. Are you getting? If you provide these three things, then automatically connection object is ready. Okay, make sure, sir. Sir, what is the username? Most of the times we know, if you are working with Oracle database, for Oracle username, okay, Scott, username Scott, password is nothing but what? Tiger. Okay, username is the Scott, password is the Tiger. If you consider MySQL database, the people who are working with the MySQL, sir, most of the times root is the username, root is the password. Default usernames and passwords we are going to use root like that, right? Sir, but what is the JDBC URL? It is very important, sir. So database username and password anyway fixed. We are not required to worry. But JDBC URL compulsory you should aware. Sir, what is the syntax? What is the syntax of JDBC URL? Very simple, sir. Every JDBC URL contain three parts. What is the first one? Main protocol. What is that, sir? Main protocol. Second one, sir, driver protocol, sub protocol, okay. Third one, subname. Are you getting? Sir, JDBC URL syntax, it's always contain main protocol, sub protocol, subname. Main protocol is always JDBC, sir. Whether you are using Oracle database, MySQL database, or type 1 driver, type 2 driver, type 3 or type 4, always JDBC. Main protocol is always what? JDBC. Sub protocol, it is a driver protocol, sir. It is varied from driver to driver. It is varied from database to database. Next, it is connection details. Connection details, sir. Okay, like anyway, sir, it is varied from driver to driver and database to database. Don't worry about that. So JDBC URL always contain three parts. Don't, sir, what is the first one? Main protocol is always what? JDBC. Next, remaining things are varied from driver to driver, database to database. But for any driver, for any database, sir, once we know it is always fixed. Just observe, sir, for type 1 driver, okay, I want to use type 1 driver, sir. What is the JDBC URL? Is JDBC colon. Okay, driver protocol is ODBC. Are you getting? JDBC colon ODBC colon, okay, demo DSN. For the type 1 driver, we require to configure one DSN, sir. Okay, data source name we require to configure for type 1. It is required only for type 1 driver, not for the remaining, sir. How to configure that part I will discuss. Sir, this is a sample JDBC URL for type 1 driver. Everyone can able to understand, right? Okay, so make sure if you want to connect with the database, connection object is required. To get connection object, okay, driver manager class contain one method. What is that method, sir? Get connection method. Get connection method is always expecting three things. One is JDBC URL, which represents URL of database server. Second one, username. Third one, password. Sir, username and password are credentials to connect with the database. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, this is the method. Next, what is the syntax for JDBC URL? Main protocol, sub protocol, and then what? Subname. Main protocol is always what? JDBC, and the rest of the things varied from driver to driver, database to database. Don't worry, right? Okay. Sir, now let me create connection object for type 1 driver. Okay. Let me talk about, sir, what is that? How I can use. How I can get connection for the type 1 driver? Connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection. Sir, can you tell what is the JDBC URL for type 1 driver? Okay, JDBC colon, okay, ODBC colon, driver protocol is the ODBC colon, demo DSN. Sir, this is the DSN name. We have to configure this one, but these two things are always fixed if it is the type 1 driver. How to configure this I will explain. Demo DSN, comma, what is the username? Scott, comma, what is the password, sir? Tiger. Okay, like, are you getting? Now connection is ready. Clear for all of you, right? So if any person is asking how to get the connection object, connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection, JDBC URL, username and password. Clear for all of you, right? Of course, multiple get connection methods are there. At last I will discuss. I don't want to create any confusion. Just remember, as of now, driver manager class contain only one get connection method. How many arguments are there? JDBC URL, username and password. Okay, that's all. Up to this, how many steps we covered, sir? 2 steps. Load and register driver class. Second step, sir, establish connection between Java application and the database. But anyway, for type 1 driver, how to configure this DSN? For that, let me explain few minutes and let me show until that a small program so that you will get much clarity. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now it is very clear for you how to develop JDBC application. First 2 steps we completed. What is the first one, sir? Load and register driver class. For that, class dot for name, driver class name. What is the second step, sir? Establish connection between Java application and the database. Sir, for that, how what things are required? JDBC URL, username and password. If you are working with the type 1, in the case of type 1, in the case of JDBC URL, DSN is required. Sir, what is the need of DSN? For which purpose we are going to use that DSN? I will explain, sir. Here see, sir, if you observe data source name, DSN means what? Data source name for type 1 driver. If you observe type 1 driver, here I have a look once. Sir, this is my Java application. Type 1 driver architecture, just let me review. Java application. And it is type 1 driver. Regarding what is this one, sir? It is type 1 driver. Type 1 driver internally required ODBC driver. Have you remembered, right, at our childhood somewhere we covered ODBC driver. Next, here ODBC driver will communicate with the database. Sir, this is the architecture of type 1 driver, right? I mean, how the functionality of type 1 driver. Type 1 driver internally communicates with ODBC driver to communicate with the database. Sir, to communicate with the database, ODBC driver require database location, database name, all these things. Sir, from where ODBC driver will get database information from DSN. Are you getting right? From where, sir? From DSN. That's why DSN will provide database related information to ODBC driver. But who required this information? ODBC driver. In your project, if you are using type 1 driver, if you are using ODBC driver, then only DSN is required. If you are using type 2, type 3, type 4 then DSN configurations are not required. Remember this one, sir. But anyway, it is the old concept. Type 1 driver is not available from 1.8 version onwards. Just for your information sake, I am providing, right? Are you able to understand, right? What is the need of DSN, sir? DSN will provide database related information to ODBC driver. That's why we require to configure DSN if we are working with type 1 driver, right? Next, there are three types of DSNs are there. What is the DSN, sir? Data source name. Okay, there are three types of DSNs are there. The first one is user DSN, second one is system DSN, third one is file DSN. Are you getting right? How many types of DSNs are available, sir? Three types. User DSN, system DSN, file DSN, right? Sir, user DSN, just sir, for a particular user, this DSN is available. It is a non-shareable, sir. It is not system level. User level, we can configure DSN. Are you getting that? Suppose I have computer is there. In my computer, multiple users can able to use. Are you getting? With multiple logins can able to use. Sir, I want DSN only for a particular user. Then we can go for user DSN. Of course, how to configure that part I will discuss. System DSN is, if you configure system DSN, then this DSN information is available for all users. Clear, right? Next, file DSN is same as user DSN. We are saving to a file with the .dsn extension. Are you getting that? But anyway, these things are outdated. We never going to use. Don't worry. Just for your information sake only, I'm covering. Sir, up to this is very clear. What is need of DSN for type 1 driver? Type 1 driver internally uses ODBC driver to communicate with the database. ODBC driver has to get the database information from the DSN. ODBC driver is going to get. That's why if you are working with the type 1 driver, compulsory we require to configure what? DSN, right? Okay, clear for all of you, right? So who require DSN? ODBC driver required. That's why if you are working with the type 1 ODBC driver, compulsory we require to configure DSN. Next, how many types of DSNs are there? Three types. Sir, DSN we can configure for a particular user. DSN we can configure at the system level, which is available for all users. DSN we can save to a file. Such type of DSN is called file DSN, right? File DSN, user DSN, both are same, but DSN information will be saved to a file. Okay, sir, usually we will go for user DSN. Sir, up to this is the clear. Now let me explain how to configure DSN. Clear for all of you, right? So in the case of Windows XP, I'm using old machines, sir, because if I want to show JDBC programs type 1 driver, old machines only we require to use. Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10 won't provide support for DSN, all this nonsense. Remember that. Just for your idea purpose, I'm going to share how you can configure DSN. Just have a look once, sir. How to configure DSN for type 1 driver. I will explain, right? Just observe that. Sir, here start control panel. Just have a look once. Here start control panel. Okay. In the control panel, we have one option, performance and maintenance. Just let me click performance and maintenance. Sir, in that we have one more option, administrative tools. Are you getting? Just administrative tools. In the administrative tools, we have an option is there, data sources ODBC. Are you getting? Data sources ODBC. Just we require to click this one. Are you getting? Sir, up to this, how you can reach? Let me repeat once again, sir, so that you people can get much clarity. Sir, start, okay, control panel, start control panel, performance and maintenance, next and after that administrative tools, and data sources ODBC. Are you getting? If I click this one, now this pop-up window by default we are going to get, sir. Sir, here if you observe that there are, sir, user DSN, next system DSN, next and after that file DSN. How many types of DSNs are available, sir? 3 types. User DSN available only for the current user. System DSN available for all users who are using this system. File DSN is exactly same as user DSN, but DSN information will be saved to the file. But most of the times we are always going to use which DSN, sir? User DSN we are always going to use. Okay, sir, that's all. Now, sir, under user DSN, here there are 3 buttons we can able to see on the right hand side, sir. Add button, remove button, configure button. Sir, we require to click add. Can you please add? Are you getting? If I add, I have to select a driver for which you want to set up a data source. Sir, which driver? I want to work with Oracle database. Can you please observe that? Is there any ODBC driver for Oracle? Yes. Are you getting? Here you can able to say Microsoft ODBC for Oracle. Are you getting? What is that, sir? Microsoft ODBC for Oracle. Just select that, finish. Are you getting? Sir, here just observe that, sir, Microsoft ODBC for Oracle setup. I require to set up ODBC configuration, right? Sir, data source name I have to provide. Any name, sir. Demo DSN you can provide, or otherwise Oracle DSN, any name. But that name you have to use in our Java program while communicating with the database. Next, description optional anyway. Username Scott, it's optional. Next, server. Okay, like, sir, if your database server locating in some other mission, if your database server is locating in some other mission, then it is required, sir. Are you getting? So, but if the database server is locating in the same system, if the database server is locating in the same system, then automatically it is not required. Just take a bit special care, sir. Data source name I am using demo DSN1, like this I am taking, sir. Sir, all the remaining are optional. Okay, are you getting right? Now, sir, DSN is ready. If you want, you can cross check, sir. In our users list, demo DSN1 came or not? Yes, demo DSN1. Maybe demo DSN I created for the old batch, but anyway demo DSN1 I created, sir. Sir, this is the way how to configure DSN. This is the way how to configure DSN for type 1 driver. Clear for all of you, right? Make sure, sir, this configuring type 1 driver, okay, DSN is applicable only for type 1. If you are not going to use type 1, then DSN configurations are not required. Next, moreover, one very important point you people should require to remember: if you are working on Windows 10, Windows 8, DSN support is not available. That's why the people who are using high-end missions, high-end operating system, don't try this one. Just for your information sake, I'm sharing. Sir, I want to see all these things literally. Then better to install Windows XP and then you can do that. But anyway, it's outdated concept. Don't worry. Just for the flow purpose only, I'm telling. Sir, from which example onwards you require to practice, sir? Type 2, type 4. These examples you require to practice, not the type 1. Clear, right? Okay, sir, that's all. So, what is a DSN? How to configure DSN? How many types of DSNs are there? Like this, it's very clear for you people, right? So, up to this, we covered 2 steps for developing JDBC application. What is the first step, sir? Load and register driver class. Second one, sir, establish connection between Java application and the database. Sir, now what I want to do is, sir, from these steps, okay, I want to develop. From these steps, I want to develop one, okay, application to just connect with the database. How I can able to do that? Sir, before that, just the people who want, sir, configure DSN for Windows 7, like there is some option is there. That option, let me tell, sir. Okay, just anyway, there is no guarantee whether this one is going to work or not. Just have a look once, sir. I will provide one option for you people, right? Just try once. Even if you are not succeeding, no problem at all, sir. Don't worry about that, sir. for Windows 7, for Windows 7 or 8 or 10, Windows 7 or 8 or 10. Sir, only for 32-bit machine only. If you are using 64-bit, don't try it. The waste of your valuable time, sir. In the C colon, sir, Windows. In the C colon, sir, just observe that. In the C colon, Windows, we have C colon, Windows. We have in the C colon, Windows folder is there. In the sir, system Windows, some 64 folder is there. Or otherwise system 32 will be there, sir. So in the C drive, Windows folder will be there. In that Windows folder, just we have sys WOW64 or system 32 folder will be there, sir. In that we have, sir, ODBC, okay, yard32.exe by default will be there, sir. Just if you click this one, then automatically, do you know, our pop-up window by default is going to come, okay? Our pop-up window to configure is going to come, sir. Just if I click this one, then automatically here whatever we are getting, have you observed, right? This window automatically is going to come, sir. So here this window is going to come, sir. If you click this ODBC AD32.exe, but make sure, sir, if you are using Windows 7 or 8 or 10, if you are using 32-bit machine, then only there may be a chance of succeeding. But my sincere suggestion is, if you are using Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10, don't try to configure DSN unnecessary. It is the waste of your time. It may work or may not work. Just for the syllabus coverage, for the flow purpose, I am covering this one. But in real time, no one is going to use type 1 driver. Don't worry about that. Are you able to understand, right? Sir, up to this, whatever I covered, with that, let me convert a small program so that you people can get much clarity, right? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, up to this, we covered 2 steps to develop JDBC application. Can you spell out what is the first step, sir? Load and register driver class. Second step is establish connection between Java application and database. Now let me convert these steps into a small example, right? Sir, I want to write a Java program to connect with the database, to establish connection with Oracle database by using type 1 driver. Are you getting? What about my requirements, sir? Write a Java program, okay, to connect with Oracle database, Oracle database by using type 1 driver. Are you getting? By using type 1 driver. This is about my requirement, right? Sir, how we can able to do that? A small, only first 2 steps I want to check whether my steps are working properly or not. Okay, sir, now I have to connect with the Oracle database. Make sure in your system Oracle already installed. Next and after that, you have to use type 1 driver, right? For the type 1 driver, compulsory you people should be aware, sir. Have you remembered, right? What is the first one? What is the driver class name? Can you spell out what is the driver class name, sir? Sun.jdbc.odbc.jdbc driver. This is the driver class name. Second one, sir, do you know what is the JDBC URL? JDBC colon ODBC colon DSN. What is the DSN I configured, sir? Demo DSN1. I configured this one, sir. Okay, that's all. This is about my requirement. You know this information, right? By using this, I'm ready to go for, okay, how to develop a small application Java program to communicate with Oracle database by using type 1 driver. Have a look one, sir. Sir, I'm taking, sir, public class JDBC connect demo, like this I'm taking, sir. Public class JDBC connect demo. Sir, here public static void main method string array args. Just observe that carefully, sir. Sir, string array args. Can you tell what is our first step to load and register driver class. To load and register driver class, what is the Java code I have to write? Class dot for name. Are you getting that? What is the method I require to use, sir? Class dot for name. What is the type 1 driver class name? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. Are you getting? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. This is the, sir, how to load and register driver class. But anyway, this stuff is optional. If you want, you can remove, no problem at all, sir. Now I have to, sir, establish connection. Okay, sir, how you can get connection object? You have to tell, sir, I covered already. Driver manager class contain get connection method. By using that, we have to get a connection to the database. Connection con is equal to, can you please guide, sir? Driver manager dot get connection. Driver manager dot get connection. Sir, now 3 arguments are there: JDBC URL, username and password. JDBC URL, JDBC colon ODBC colon demo DSN1. This is the URL, JDBC URL. Next, what is my Oracle username and password? My Oracle username is Scott and the password is Tiger. Scott and Tiger. Are you getting? So now I got connection object. Connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection of JDBC colon ODBC colon demo DSN1 Scott Tiger. Now I got connection object. Sir, if connection is equal to null, if connection is equal to null or connection is equal to null, what is the meaning of that? I didn't get connection object. I didn't get connection object means connection not established. Okay, system.out.println connection not established. Are getting? Connection not established. Connection not established, right? Sir, now I am taking else. Sir, it's not null. It is not null means connection object is ready, sir. Not null means connection object is ready. System.out.println connection established successfully. Are getting? Connection established successfully. Like this I am taking, sir. End of the else part, end of the main method, end of the class. Are you getting? A simple program to connect with Oracle database, just to establish connection with the Oracle database. This is the code, right? But make sure small additional things I have to do to compile this code. Step number, first extra thing. Okay, sir, we are using class dot for name. There may be a chance of class not found exception. Okay, we are using driver manager dot get connection. There may be a chance of SQL exception. So in our program, there may be a chance of multiple checked exceptions. There is a possibility to rise. Compulsory we require to handle either by try catch or by throws keyword. As of now, I'm not interested to handle any exception. That's why just throws, sir, exception. Then my JVM is going to take care if any exception is going to come. Throws exception like I took, sir. Next and after that, okay, in this we are using connection driver manager. Are getting? Connection driver manager like we are using. Where these things are available? Inside java.sql package. That's why compulsory we require to take import java.sql package. Are you getting that? Import java.sql.star. Okay, like, sir, if I can take like this is the program, so to communicate with the Oracle, to get connection with the Oracle database, right? Sir, simple program, how to connect with the Oracle database by using which driver, sir? Type 1 driver. But make sure type 1 driver is available at the part of JDK. That's why we are not required to set any jar file explicitly, right? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me run. Whether this code is going to work or not, just I will show, sir. Have a look once. Here I have already this program is there. I hope, otherwise I will type. Don't worry about that. Okay, JDBC connected demo. JDBC connected demo. Have you observed? Import java.sql.star public class JDBC connected demo throws exception. Sir, class.forName sun.jdbc.odbc.jdbc driver are getting that sun.jdbc dot. Here have you observed? Class.forName connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection arm. Okay, demo dsn1 I'm using because I configured username Scott, password is the trigger. If con is not equal to null, connection established successfully, else connection not established, sir. Same, just I reverse if condition beyond that. If it is not equal to null, you got connection object, else connection not established, right? Sir, this is, let me JDBC connected demo. Let me run this code, sir. Let me open command prompt. Let me go to my work location. Sir, now Java C JDBC JDBC connected demo. Sir, here JDBC connect demo dot Java. JDBC connect demo dot Java, right? Okay. Now Java JDBC connected demo. JDBC, okay, JDBC connected demo, like this I'm taking, sir. If you observe that, have you observed connection established successfully? I hope everyone can able to understand, right? Okay, sir, JDBC connection established successfully, like I hope clear for all of you, right? Sir, this is the program how to connect with the Oracle database. Regarding by using which driver I use it, sir? Type 1 driver. Clear? Sir, what is the first step? Connect class dot for name, load and register driver class. What is the second one? Establish connection between Java application and database. Driver manager dot get connection. Sir, I told already. First step, is it mandatory or optional? Optional. From which version onwards it is optional, sir? JDBC 4.0 version onwards it is optional. That's why, can I comment this line? Yes, happily you can comment. Based on JDBC URL, based on the class path, my JVM will load driver class automatically, sir. Sir, have a look once. I want to comment this line. Sir, I want to comment the first line. Even you comment first line. Now let me compile. Yes, let me run. Happily connection established, right? Sir, the first step or first line, is it mandatory or optional? It is optional. We are not required to take, sir. Even this, we are not, because load and register driver class is optional from JDBC 4.0 version onwards. Okay, clear for all of you, right? Sir, I covered what are various steps to develop JDBC application. In that only 2 steps. First step is load and register driver class. Second one is establish connection between Java application and the database. And with example I covered, right? But I want to spend some more time on this example to cover 2 important conclusions, right? That part I will discuss. Up to this is the clear, right? Whatever the program I covered in the the previous program, from that I want to highlight 2 important conclusions which are required for you people, right, to get much knowledge. Listen, sir, what are the only 2 steps I explain. What is the first step, sir? Write a Java program to connect with Oracle database by using type 1. What is the first step I use it, sir? Class dot, can you spell out? What is the first one? Class dot for name, sun dot, JDBC dot, ODBC dot, JDBC, ODBC driver. Okay, load and register driver. First activity what I did. Second one, sir, connection con is equal to driver manager. Have you remember driver manager dot what is the method we use it, sir? Get connection. Driver manager dot get connection of 3 things. What is that, sir? JDBC URL, JDBC colon, ODBC colon, okay, demo DSN, comma, username Scott, comma, okay, sir, password is the tiger, Oracle related I took, sir. Now, this is the code what I wrote. But anyway, luckily first line is optional. We are not required to take this one. If you want, you can. Otherwise, you can remove this. No problem, right? Now my question is very, very important question. Sometimes in the interview room, there is a possibility to ask the question, sir. What is that question? Yes, observe that. Sir, connection, we are getting connection object. I'm getting what? Connection object. Sir, how I can get connection object? Driver manager dot get connection. By using driver manager dot get connection, we are getting connection object. Now my point is, take very special care, sir. Connection is an interface. Are you getting? Connection is an interface. For the interface, how you can get object? Because for interfaces, it is not possible to create object either directly or indirectly. Now, my interview person may ask the question, Array, how to get connection object? And very happily you can tell connection con is equal to driver manager dot get connection, sir. Like. Then immediately may ask, connection is an interface. How you can get connection object? How you can get connection object? Because for interfaces, it is not possible to create object either directly or indirectly. Then, sir, how you are getting object for the connection interface, sir? Very simple. Make sure, sir, you people should aware. What is the point is, here we are not getting connection interface object. We are getting its internal implemented class object. Sir, for every interface, internally implementation class is available. Who is the responsible to provide that implementation class? Driver software vendor is the responsible, sir. Are you getting? So internally for this connection implementation class is available. For that implementation class object we are getting, but not a connection interface object. Remember this one. Then immediately ask, sir, where is the proof? Where is the proof? How I can believe, sir, it is not connection object, it is internal implemented class object? Very simple, sir. If you want to know the corresponding class name, observe that, sir, con is a reference variable pointing to connection object. But I am telling it is not connection object. It is a internal implementation class object. If you want to know the corresponding class name, do you know? If you know object reference, how to get corresponding class name, sir? Sir, con dot get a class, con dot get class dot get name. Are you getting what is the method we require to use, right? Con dot get class dot get name. Sir, I want to know what is the internal class name, internal implemented class name of connection interface. Very simple. System dot out dot println con dot what is the method? Con dot get class dot get the name. Are you getting? Con dot get class dot get name. Sir, do you know internal implemented class name by default we are going to get? What is that internal implemented class name? Is sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot, sir, JDBC ODBC JDBC ODBC connection. Are you getting? JDBC, ODBC connection. This is internal implementation class name provided by type 1, I mean Java vendor to implement connection interface. Sir, are you able to understand, right? My question is very clear. Sir, connection is an interface. How you can get object for the interface? Very simple. We are not going to get object for the interface. For its internal implemented class, we are getting objects, sir. Who is the responsible to provide internal implementation class? Who is the responsible to provide internal implementation class? Driver software vendor. If it's the type 1, some people are responsible to provide this class. Clear, right? Okay. Let me check these possibilities, sir. Very simple. Have a look once. Sir, same program I took. Whatever the program, same program I took, I got connection object, sir. Can you please read this line? Connection, con is equal to driver manager dot get connection. I got that, sir. Okay. Next, after else, sir, just I'm taking system dot out dot println. Can you please guide, sir? Con dot, what is the code? Con dot get class dot get name. Are you getting? What is the internal class name? By default, we are going to get, sir. Just have a look once, sir. Let me compile. Yes, let me run. Have you observed, right? What is the corresponding class name, sir? Sun dot, JDBC dot, ODBC dot, JDBC, ODBC connection. This is the internal implementation class name for the connection, right? I hope everyone can able to understand, right? So, in the JDBC, there are multiple times we are going to use interface names only. So, result set, statement, connection, like multiple times we are going to use interface names only. If we are getting object for the interface A, it doesn't mean interface object, it's an internal implemented class object. Remember this. I hope up to this is the clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all first one, right? Sir, now it's very clear. We are not getting interface object, it's implementation class object. Okay, first clarity, right? Now my second question. Listen a bit very carefully, sir. My second question is the very important. Sir, you can use directly its implementation class names. Why we are using interface names? Are you getting? What is the advantage of using interface name? What is the advantage if I use interface name instead of implementation class name? Sir, very simple. Take a bit very special care, sir. Instead of con, I want to use its internal implementation class name. Are you getting? Instead of connection, I want to use, sir, what is that internal implementation class name? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot, okay, JDBC ODBC connection, okay, con is equal to JDBC ODBC connection, con is equal to, okay, sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot, okay, JDBC ODBC connection driver manager dot get connection, driver manager dot get connection of these three things you can pass here. Now, sir, instead of this line, if I can take this line, is it going to work or not? Perfectly it will work, sir. Don't worry about that, sir. We are not required to use interface name. Directly, we can able to use its implemented class name. No problem at all, it's going to work. Now you may ask the question. Which approach is the recommended? Either this approach is the recommended or this approach is the recommended. Highly recommended, we should go for interface names, but not its implementation class names. What is the reason for that? What is the advantage of using interface name instead of using its implementation class name? Very simple, sir. Sir, today I am using type 1 driver. Tomorrow I may use a type 2 driver or 3 driver or type 4 driver. Today I am using Oracle database. Or tomorrow I may use MySQL or DB2 like. Sir, now take a bit special care. Whether we are using type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, or whether we are using Oracle or MySQL or DB2 or any database, sir, interface names are always fixed. Are you getting right? Interface names are always fixed. These interface names provided by JDBC API, these are not varied from driver to driver. These are not varied from database to database. Are you getting right? But implementation class names, are you getting? This is the implementation class name. Implementation class name is varied from driver to driver, database to database. Are you getting? So, if I'm instead of this line, if I can take this line, this program will work only for type 1 driver. Tomorrow, if I want to use for type 2, then every name I have to replace with the type 2 related name. It is very difficult. That's why, sir, driver independent, database independent names recommended to use in our program, so that tomorrow if you want to change the driver, if you want to change the database, we are not required to change, okay, these names. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, now observe, tomorrow I want to use type 2 driver. Sir, in this is it required to change anything? No, because for type 2 also it's always the same, sir. If I use for type 3 or type 4, we are not required to do anything. But if I use this line, if you change type 2, then I have to change this word. If I go for type 4, I have to change this word. If I use Oracle, different word. For MySQL, different. For DB2, different. Is it a problem or not? Yes. Make sure, sir, we require to use driver independent, database independent names, so that maintainability of the application is going to be improved. That's why driver independent, database independent names are interface names. Are you getting that? Who interface name? Who is the responsible to define interface names, right? JDBC API. That's why in our program, as much as possible, we require to use JDBC API provided interface names, but not vendor specific terminology. Clear, right? Okay. So there may be a chance of asking, what is the advantage of? Okay, what is the advantage of using interface names instead of implementation class names directly? Sir, some people may ask, sir, if I replace this one with this, is it going to work or not? Yes, perfectly. but now the program will become type 1 driver dependent. Okay, tomorrow if you want to use type 2, then everywhere you require to change. If you want, I will replay this line with this. Is it going to work or not? Can you please cross check, sir? Here, what is the driver class name? Okay, connection word I want to replace with have you observed, right? Can you please guide, son? Sun dot JDBC dot ODBC dot, okay, JDBC ODBC connection, okay. Con is equal to, sir, typecasting must be required here, sir, typecasting must be required. Okay, typecasting driver manager dot get connection. Observe that sun dot JDBC ODBC connection con is equal to, like this I'm taking. Sir, is it going to work or not? Just observe same program. Yes, sir, it's going to tell some warnings. Don't worry about that, because type 1 driver from 1.8 version onwards, it is going to be deprecated. Like, let me take, yes, connection established successfully or not? Yes, the problem here is this program vendor dependent names I'm using. Now that's why this program will become type 1 driver dependent. If you want to change for type 2, type 3, now a bit difficult. That's why vendor specific names not recommended to you. Better to use JDBC API names. Clear for all of you, right? That's also. So up to this we covered how to connect with Oracle database. Okay, next and after that, two important questions. Connection is an interface. How you are getting interface object? We are not going to get interface object. It's implementation class object we are getting. Second one, sir, what is the advantage of using interface names instead of using implementation class name? Sir, polymorphism benefit is there. What is that advantage? Tomorrow if you want to change your database or change your driver software, we are not required to do much changes. That's why highly recommended we should go for using interface names instead of implementation class names. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. Sir, have you observed, right? Up to this we covered all 4 drivers. So in JDBC, if any person is asking how many types of drivers are there, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. In the last 4 or 5 videos, we covered what is the architecture, what are the advantages, limitations of the driver, what is the functionality we covered, right? Now let me summarize all the 4 diagrams on a single snap so that you people can able to remember well. Have a look one, sir. Sir, here this is architecture diagrams of all JDBC drivers. Sir, all the 4 drivers are already there on the screen so that you people can get much clarity at a time, right? Just observe that. So I will explain very briefly, just type 1 driver. You know already all these things, right? Java application, type 1 driver communicates with the ODBC driver communicates with the database. Have you observed, right? Type 1 driver, I mean Java application communicates with the type 1 driver communicates with the ODBC driver communicates with the database. Type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls. ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Remember, how many conversions are required, sir? 2 conversions are required. 2 levels of conversion is required. Remember, performance is going to be affected, right? Sir, these are type 1 driver never recommended to use. What is the reasons for that? One is performance is down. Next, internally type 1 driver depends on ODBC driver. ODBC driver concept applicable only for Windows machine. Automatically, my type 1 driver can work only for Windows machines. Are you getting? That's why this driver, okay, not at all recommended to use. Another reason is also there, sir, for the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver provided by Sun Microsystems as a part of JDK, but from 1.8 version onwards, no such type of support. Sir, until 1.7 version only, type 1 driver is there. That's why type 1 driver not at all recommended to use. Are you able to identify 3 reasons, right? One is, sir, 2 conversions are required, performance is down. Second one is, type 1 driver can work only for Windows platform because internally it uses ODBC driver. Third one, no support from 1.8 version. Because of that, this type of driver not at all recommended to use. This driver is snail driver because it's a very slowest driver, sir. Because of two level conversions, like this driver is the worst, not recommended to use. That's all. Next, after that, we discussed about type 2 driver also. Very simple, sir. Type 2 driver, sir, converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls. Regarding, sir, JDBC calls into database specific native library calls, sir, which can be able to understand by database. But the problem with this Blady driver is, it is database dependent driver, it is platform dependent driver. If you change a platform, you require to change the driver. If you change a database, you require to change the driver. That's why, because it is both the platform dependent and database dependent driver. Because of this reason, this driver not at all recommended to use. Clear for all of it, sir? This is the diagram. Type 2 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific native library calls, which can be understandable by database. Relatively performance is good, but the problem, database dependent, platform dependent. That's why this driver not at all recommended to use. Clear, right? Next, there are next two drivers are highly recommended to use, either type 3 or type 4. What about their architecture diagrams? Observe that, sir. Sir, this is about Java application. Java application communicates with the type 3 driver. Type 3 driver communicates with the middleware server, which is going to communicate with the database. Now functionality, observe how many components are there. Java application, type 3 driver, middleware server, and then database. Sir, type 3 driver converts JDBC calls into middleware server specific calls. Middleware server converts middleware server specific calls into database specific calls, right? Two level conversions are required. But anyway, sir, the biggest advantage of this driver is it never communicates with the database. Regarding it never communicates directly with the database. That's why it is a database independent driver. Next, this driver completely developed in Java, all Java net protocol driver. This driver is also known as all Java net protocol driver. So it is completely developed in Java. That's why here, do you know, so platform independent nature by default will be there, sir. Sir, out of all four driver, only driver which is a database independent, which is the platform independent, is this driver only. That's why highly recommended to use this driver for our applications, right? Even some minor limitations are there. Only two limitations, right? One is performance is low because two level conversions are required. Second problem here is we require to buy middleware server. That's why cost of this driver is high when compared with the other. But anyway, by ignoring these two limitations, sir, advantages why database independent, platform independent. That's why this driver highly recommended to use. Clear for all of it? Next, I covered about type 4 driver also. There is a biggest advantage of type 4 driver, sir. Type 4 driver communicates directly with the database. It never going to use ODBC driver, or it never going to use database specific libraries or middleware server like the remaining drivers, right? Remember, Java application communicates with the type 4 driver. Type 4 driver communicates with the database. So type 4 driver converts JDBC calls into database specific calls. So it is directly converted into database specific calls. Performance is too good, sir. Okay, next, type 4 driver never require any extra component to communicate with the database. That's why it is also known as a thin driver. Next, this type 4 driver, okay, directly completely developed in Java. That's why it is platform independent driver. Sir, if any person is asking, can you please tell advantages of type 4 driver? Multiple advantages, right? It is a thin driver. It won't require any extra component. It is platform independent driver because it is developed only in Java. Next, and after that, performance wise good because directly communicate with the database. Next, security is more because internally it uses native protocol provided by database vendor. Clear, right? But only one small limitation is there for this type 4 driver. What is that limitation is? Type 4 driver directly communicates with the database. That's why it is one database dependent driver. Remember, except that small limitation, we never going to worry about, sir, the remaining, sir, it's the biggest advantages are multiple things are there. That's why type 4 driver is highly recommended to use. Type 3 driver highly recommended to use. Type 1 and type 2 drivers never recommended to use. Clear for all of it? These are architecture diagrams, right? What is the diagram? What is the functionality? What are the advantages? What are the limitations? Like compulsory you people should have clear clarity, right? Just go through the previous videos so that you people can get much clarity about each driver. Clear for all of it? Sir, up to this it is very clear. We covered only two execute methods. What is the first execute method? Execute query method. What is the first one, sir? Can you spell out? Execute query method, which is applicable for select queries. Are you getting? What is the second one we discussed, sir? Execute update method, which is applicable for non-select queries. Are you getting? Sir, first one talks about select queries, second one talks about non-select queries. Sir, two types of queries already covered, two methods already covered, but still one more method is remaining. What is that method, sir? Execute. Sir, select operations already completed, non-select operations also completed, then for which purpose we can use execute method, sir? Are getting? Very, very important. Most commonly used method in real time, execute method, sir. Sir, when we should go for execute method? Okay. Point number 1. Very, very important point, sir. Observe that. We can use execute query only for select operations. We can use execute update for non-select operations. But we can use execute method for both select and non-select operations, right? Are you getting? Sir, it may be select query or non-select query. We can use execute method for both the select and non-select operations, right? Are you able to understand, right? Then immediately we ask, sir, if execute method is applicable for select and non-select operation, then how you can capture the return values? I want to get records, or I want to get return, I want to get records, or otherwise I want to get number of rows affected. How I can get? First question. Second one, sir, already these methods are there. Then what is the need of this method? Yes, there is a clear significance is there when we should go for execute method. Observe that carefully, sir. Sir, here sometimes my requirement is, I don't know the type of the query what I have to execute. At runtime, sir, end user may provide select a query or non-select a query. Or at runtime, I want to communicate with the properties file. In the properties file, whatever the query is there, I want to read, I want to execute. It may be select a query, it may be non-select a query. So, if you don't know the type of SQL query at the beginning, it may be select a query will come or non-select a query will come. I don't know that. Then, to handle such a type of scenario, we can go for execute method. Are you able to understand, right? Sir, execute method is applicable for select and non-select operations. If we don't know the type of SQL query at the beginning, sir, until runtime I don't know. At runtime it may come select or non-select query. Sir, you may send any query. I'm in a position to handle such a type of requirement. If you want to handle, then we should go for one execute method. Sir, you may have the doubt. Without knowing the type of the query, how you can write the code? Just observe a small example I will show so that you will get some clarity, right? Here observe that carefully, sir. In my system, legend this one. Sir, this is my Oracle database. Observe that Oracle. I have one table is there, sir. Employees table. Select star from employees. Observe that select a star from employees. Oh, employees table contain how many sir columns are there? Employee number, employee name, employee salary, employee address. Sir, how many employees are there? 5 employees are there, sir. Okay. Sachin, Dhoni, Sehwag, Kohli, Rohit. Assume that Rohit Sharma. These are 4 employees are there. Sir, 5 employees are there. Employee numbers, employee names, employee salaries. Next and after that, what the last ones are? Employee address. Now, sir, I want to execute one SQL query. I want to execute a small Java program, sir. Sir, this is my program. Of course, I will explain how to write this program. What is the significance in the next part, sir? Don't worry about that. What is this one, sir? Select, non-select demo. I want to execute this program, sir, from command prompt. Observe that. Java C, select non-select demo.java. Compiles fine. Java select non-select demo. Java select non-select demo. Sir, this program will ask the end user, can you please provide the query? Are you going to enter the query? Sir, who is the responsible to provide the query? End user. Sir, or otherwise, maybe from the command prompt, we are responsible to provide. Which query you are going to pass? I don't know that. You may pass select query, you may pass non-select query. Sir, you are passing either select or non-select. Any query, your program in a position to handle, sir. Are you getting right? You may pass either select query or non-select query. Your program should be in a position to handle. Just observe that. Here I am taking select query, I am passing. Select star from employees. Select star from employees. Sir, is it a select query or non-select query? Select. Have you observed? What is the output by default we are going to get? All employees data by default we are going to get, sir. Similarly, I want to execute, enter the query, sir. Enter the query. Sir, now my query is delete from employees where enum is equal to 500. Sir, can you tell, is it select query or non-select query? Non-select query. Now observe that. Now observe, the number of records affected is 1. Oh, 1 row deleted, sir. Where is the proof for that? Let me execute select query once again. Select star from employees. Select the star from employees. Like now, how many employees are available, sir? Only 4 employees are available. But earlier, how many employees are available, sir? 5 employees are available. Okay. If you want, you can check in the database also. If you want, you can check in the database. How many employees are available, sir? Only 4 employees, right? So, at runtime, you may pass either select query or non-select query. We don't know that. Okay, it may be insert query, it may be delete query, it may be update query, it may be select query. Like, sir, if we don't know the type of SQL query at the beginning, at the runtime only I can aware to handle such type of requirements, we should go for one execute method. Are you in a position to understand clearly, right? Sir, when we should go for execute method we can use to execute both the select and non-select queries. Both the select and non-select queries. Are you getting right? So when we should go for execute methods, to execute both select and non-select queries. Next, when we have such a type of requirement, if we don't know the type of query at the beginning, are you getting right? At the beginning, sir, assume, sir, at runtime only, I know it may be select or it may be non-select. If you don't know the type of the query at the beginning, then we can go for what? Execute method, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Sir, what is the need of execute method? Already execute query, execute update is there, sir. Execute query method is always applicable for select operations. Execute update method is always applicable for non-select operations. But execute method is applicable for both the select and non-select operations, right? Sir, when we should go for execute method? If we don't know the type of SQL query at the beginning, then we can go for execute method. Sir, okay. Now we are getting for when we should go for execute method. But my requirement is how to use execute method. Sir, can you please explain the code level? Then we can feel comfortable, like you may ask. Very simple, sir. Listen this one. Sir, do you know the return type of execute method? What is the return type of execute query method? Can you spell out, sir? What is the return type of execute query method? Execute query is always applicable for select operation. The return type is always what? Result set. Are you getting? The return type is result set because it's always select a query. It's always return type is always number of records. The what we call a group of records result set. Sir, execute update method. Execute update method. The result is always number of rows affected, maybe created, deleted, updated, right? That's why it is always int type. Then you may ask, what is the return type of execute method? Very simple, sir. Execute method. Okay? The return type is not the result set, not int. The return type is nothing but one Boolean. Are you able to get right? The return type is nothing but one Boolean. Sir, what is the meaning of this Boolean? What is the meaning of this Boolean, sir? Very simple. If execute method at a runtime returns true, returns false. It may returns true or false. If it is the true, listen very carefully, sir. Execute method return type is true. True means it is select a query. Are you getting? What is this one, sir? It is select a query. If the return type of execute method at runtime is false, then it is non-select a query. Are you getting right? It is what? Non-select a query. Observe that. Sir, if the return type is true, then it's always one select a query. If the return type is false, then it's always one non-select a query. Just remember that point, and then how to use I will explain. Up to this is the clear for all of you, right? Sir, can you please tell what is the return type of execute method, sir? The return type of execute method is a Boolean type. If it is the true, means internal query is a select a query. If it is the false, means internal query is non-select a query. Clear, right? Sir, now let me explain complete prototype. I mean complete sir signature and usage of this method, sir. Observe a bit very carefully, right? Here I'm taking public. What is the return type of execute method, sir? Boolean. Public Boolean and execute, public Boolean execute string SQL query. Sir, this SQL query is a dynamically provided query, right? Throws SQL exception. Are you getting? Throws SQL exception. This is, sir. Sir, now let me repeat once again. What is this Boolean? If it is a true, can you spell out, sir? If it is a true, what is the meaning of this one? Select a query. If it is a false, what is the meaning of that, sir? Non-select a query. Clear, right? Okay? True and false. Now, how to use this one, sir? Can you explain the JDBC Java code to use this execute method, right? Very simple. Observe that carefully, sir. Boolean b is equal to st dot execute. Are you getting? Boolean b is equal to st dot execute. Sir, I want to provide dynamically provided query. Are you getting? I'm not going to hard code, sir. Dynamically provided SQL query. You are going to pass from the command prompt, or you are going to pass, okay, you are going to get from the properties file, like somewhere, I don't know, at the beginning, dynamically provided query. If b is equal to true. Sir, can you tell what is the meaning of this one? If b is equal to true, what is the meaning of this one, son? Okay, the meaning here it is the true. Take very special care, sir. B is equal to true means what? It is a select a query. If it is a select a query, what is the meaning here, sir? We will get result set. How to get result set, sir? Result set RS is equal to st dot get result set. Are you getting? st dot get result set and use that result set, right? Okay, like so if it is the true, what is the meaning of that? Internally it is a select query. If it is a select query, okay, now I will get one result set. Sir, we can get that result set because internally it is a select query. Result set rs is equal to st dot get the result set. Sir, else what is the meaning of this else, sir? Can you spell out? Is it select query or non-select query? Non-select query, else. If it is a non-select query, I will get number of rows affected. How I can get number of rows, right? Int row count is equal to, int row count is equal to st dot get update count. Are you getting right? Get update count. Sir, how many, what are various update row count? Are you getting right? st dot get update count. By default we are going to get. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, that's all. This is the way how I can use execute method. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. Make sure, sir. If it is sir, when we should go for execute method? If I don't know the type of SQL query at the beginning, at runtime only we can aware, then we can go for what? Execute method. The return type of execute method is what? Boolean. If it is the true, internal query is select query. If it is the false, internal query is non-select query. Sir, if it is the true, you can ask, hey, statement, can you please give the result set? Because I know that internally it is the select query. st dot get result set. If it is the false, st dot get update count. Clear for all of you, right? This is about execute method, right? Sir, whatever a small program I executed, right? That part of the code, let me show, sir. Have a look once. Have you observed my program? Select non-select demo. Select non-select demo like this, right? I took. Select non-select demo. Have you observed Boolean b is equal to st dot execute of SQL query? Sir, I'm not hard coding any query, sir. It is going to come from the command prompt. If it is the true, what is the meaning of that? Select the query. Now I will ask result set rs is equal to st dot get result set. Are you getting? Result set rs is equal to st dot get result set. Anyway, how to process that part I will discuss. Else means what? Non-select query. Row count is equal to st dot get update count. Are you getting that? st dot get update count. That's all. Sir, this is the way how to use execute method, right? Up to this is the very clear for you people, right? Sir, to execute our SQL queries in the database, in the JDBC, how many execute methods are available? How many execute methods are available, sir? 3. The first one, execute update, execute query, execute method. Execute query method applicable for select operations. Execute update method applicable for non-select operation. And the execute method applicable for both select and non-select operations, right? What is the return type of execute query method? Result set which represent number of group of records. What is the return type of execute update method? Int value represents the number of rows affected, number of rows created, deleted, updated, like. Sir, what is the return type of execute method? Boolean, because execute method is applicable for select and non-select operations. If it is a select query, the return type is true. If it is a non-select query, the return type is false. Clear for all of you, right? These are 3 execute methods which are available in JDBC concept. Clear, right? Sir, up to this it's very clear. How many types of execute methods are there to execute our SQL queries? Sir, total how many methods are available, sir? 3 methods. Execute query, execute update, and then execute method. Execute query method is applicable for select operations. Execute update method is applicable for non-select operations. Execute method is applicable for both the select and non-select queries, right? Clear, right? Okay. Sir, now my question is, when we should go for execute query, execute update, execute method, right? Sir, very simple. Suppose I know the type of the query at the beginning, sir. It is always select a query. I know that it's always select a query. Sir, best example, okay? Sir, list out the trains from Hyderabad to Bangalore. Can you please list all trains from Hyderabad to Bangalore, or otherwise find trains. Sir, find trains button is always associated with what? Select a query. You know, right? Okay, select a star from trains where source is equal to Hyderabad and the destination is equal to Bangalore or something like. Are you getting? So clear indication, it is always associated with the select a query. If you know the type of the query at the beginning, it's always a select a query, then we can go for which method, sir? Execute query method. Because execute query method is always applicable for select operations only. Sir, you know that, yes, the query is always select a query. There is a guarantee that it's always select a query. Better to go for what? Execute query method, right? But sometimes, do you know, sir, I don't, here sometimes I know the type of the query. It is always non-select query. Assume that. I know the type of the query. It's always a non-select query. Best example for you. Sir, update train information, update employee information, delete employee, update employee, something like. Sir, you know, these buttons are always associated with the non-select query only. If you know, sir, the type of the query at the beginning, and it is always a non-select query. Are you getting that? It's always what? Non-select query. Then we should go for execute update method. Are you getting? Because execute update method is always available, is always applicable for non-select query. So first two methods, execute query and execute update methods, we can use if and only if we know the type of the query at the beginning. Sir, it is always select a query, better to go for execute query method. It's always non-select query, better to go for execute update method. Clear, right? Sir, sometimes I don't know the type of the query, sir. At runtime, the query I will get from the command prompt or from the properties file or from the database. I don't know that. Sir, at runtime, until my program execution, I don't know the type of the query. It may be select a query, it may be non-select a query. I don't know that. Then we should go for execute method. Are you getting? Then we should go for which method, sir? Execute method. If we don't know the type of the query at the beginning, it is available at runtime dynamically, either from database or from properties file or from command prompt. Then we should go for execute method, because execute method is applicable for both select and non-select queries. Clear for all of you, right? So total how many execute methods are there? 3 methods. What is the first one? Execute query, execute update, execute method. Sir, now when we should go for execute query, if you know the type of the query at the beginning and it is always a select query, then we should go for what? Execute query method. If you know the type of the query at the beginning, it is always a non-select query, then we should go for execute update. If we don't know the type of the query at the beginning, then, sir, we can go for execute method, because execute method is applicable for both select and non-select queries. Clear, right? So these are the things what you have to aware. Sometimes, do you know, in the interview room, very important question for the interview room, sir. Sir, what is the difference between execute query, execute update and execute? Why this question is important? Because similarity in the words, execute, similarity in the functionality. Are you getting? All the methods meant for executing SQL queries only. That's why this is a very important question for the interview room from JDBC side. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me summarize whatever I covered these things into the notes form. Just observe that. Clear? Sir, execute query, execute update versus execute method. Okay, sir, execute query. If we know the type of the query at the beginning and it is always a select query. If you know the type of the query at the beginning and it's always select query, then we should go for execute query method, right? Best example, result set rs is equal to st dot execute query, select a star from employees. If I use select query, sir, execute query method I should go for, it is going to return number of records represented by result set. Clear for all of you, right? So first one, if you know the type of the query at the beginning and it's always a select query, then we should go for execute query method, right? Next, execute update. If we know the type of query at the beginning and it is always non-selected query, I know that it's always non-selected query, it may be insert or delete or update, I know that it's always non-select, then we should go for execute update method. So st done execute update, delete from employees where is salary greater than 10,000. Sir, can you please delete all employees whose salary greater than 10,000? Like I'm taking, sir. Now the return type is int value. The number of rows deleted is this row count. This int value is going to represent, right? Sir, what is the third one? Execute. Observe very carefully, sir. If we don't know the type of query at the beginning and it is available dynamically at runtime. Regarding I don't know the type of the query at the beginning and it's available dynamically at runtime, maybe from properties file or maybe from command prompt or maybe from database. Sir, until runtime I don't know the type of the query, sir, then we should go for execute method. Sir, st done execute dynamically provided query. I don't know until runtime what is that query, sir. Sir, the return type is boolean. Observe, if b is true means that internally it is the selected query. Regarding internally it is what? Selected query. Sir, result set rs is equal to st dot get result set and we can use that result set, right? Else means what? False. Else means what? False. False update count. Sir, get st dot get update count. Now the number of rows affected is plus update count, right? Sir, are you able to understand what is the return type? Execute method, sir? Boolean. Remember that. If it is true means selected query. If it is false means non-selected query, right? Clear for all of you? So this is the most valuable important question for the interview room. What is the difference between execute query, execute update and execute method? With example it's a very clear for you people, right? Are you able to understand? So now I will explain a small note, sir, just to get some clarity on statement object. Okay, on statement object, which methods you can call related to our query execution. Sir, first method happily we can call execute query method to execute selected queries. What is the first method we can call, sir? To execute selected queries, execute query method. On st we can call execute update method to execute non-selected queries. Next, st dot execute method to execute, okay, sir, both select and non-selected queries. Next, if it is selected query, then the return type is what? Boolean true. If it is the true, you can ask get result set. Regarding you can ask one, get result set. Sir, if execute method returns a false, what is the meaning of that? Non-selected query. If it is the non-selected query, which method you have to get update count. Regarding what is the method we have to call, sir? Get update count to get the number of records updated. Sir, that's all. Sir, total how many methods we can call on statement object related to our query execution? Execute query to execute selected queries, execute update to execute non-selected queries, execute to execute both select and non-select. If it is the select, the return type of execute method is true. If it is the true, how to get result set? St done get result set. How to get the update count? If it is the non-selected query, st done get update count. So all these 5 methods we are calling on statement object only. Are you able to understand, right? Okay, that's all. This is what you people should aware clearly, right? Okay, that's all. Sir, up to this we covered how many types of drivers are available. Clear for all of you? Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 drivers, right? Now, what is the architecture of type 1 driver? How internally it works? Next, what are various advantages and limitations of type 1 driver? I will discuss, right? So now, this type 1 driver, what is the architecture, sir? Very simple, just have a look once, sir. This is my Java application. Regarding this is my Java application internally uses JDBC, right? Now here there is a database is there, sir. Assume that this is the database. Regarding, sir, from Java application I want to communicate with the database. Sir, have you remembered, right, somewhere we covered in the last videos? Okay, ODBC drivers are there. In the olden days, the people are going to use via ODBC, they are going to communicate with the database, right? Type 1 driver internally uses ODBC driver, sir. How it is going to be happen? Very simple. Let me cover here. ODBC driver is there, okay, to communicate with the database. Okay, ODBC driver is there to communicate with the database. Remember this. But now my question is, from Java I want to convert into ODBC calls. If I can able to convert into ODBC calls, ODBC driver can convert ODBC calls into database specific calls. So to convert JDBC calls into ODBC calls, some driver must be required. Correct or not? Okay. That driver is nothing but type 1 driver, right? Are you able to understand? Sir, this is the type 1 driver. Now observe, Java application can communicate with the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicate with the ODBC driver. ODBC driver communicate with the database. Same way, database will provide results. ODBC driver will provide results to type 1. Type 1 will provide the results to Java application, right? Have you observed, right? Sir, this type 1 driver, can you spell out what is the job of this type 1 driver, sir? To convert JDBC calls into ODBC calls, ODBC calls into JDBC calls. Regarding that, to convert JDBC calls into ODBC calls, and the ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Have you observed? This driver acts as bridge between our JDBC and ODBC. That's why this driver also known as JDBC ODBC bridge driver. Have you remembered? Somewhere I covered in the last video. JDBC ODBC bridge driver, or simply we can use the word bridge driver, right? Are you getting? So what is the functionality of this type 1 driver, sir? If any person is asking, type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls, ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Now my database can able to understand. Is it clear, right? Okay, sir, now that is the role of type 1 driver, right? Sir, if you observe that all these things, sir, Java application, type 1 driver, next and after that ODBC driver, all these things should present on client machine. Remember this one, all these things should present on client machine, right? Sir, next, sir, why it is the bridge driver? It's a very clear. Next, who introduced this type 1 driver, sir? Who is responsible to provide? Yes, this driver provided by Sun Microsystems, yeah, the part of JDK, sir. Remember this one, at the part of JDK. Once we install JDK, automatically this driver by default is going to come. We are not required to install separately, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Okay, sir, who is the responsible to provide type 1 driver, sir? Type 1 driver, who is the responsible? Sun Microsystem, yeah, the part of JDK. We are not required to install anything, right? Can you explain what is the functionality of type 1 driver? Converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls. ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Internally, type 1 driver uses ODBC driver support. Everyone can able to understand that. So this is about a simple architecture of type 1 driver, right? Then for this type 1 driver, what are various advantages are there? What are various limitations are? Just take a bit special care. Now I will explain about advantages, right? Observe that. Simple advantage, just how I told, it is we are not required to install this driver separately. because it's going to be, it's available at the part of JDK, right? No separate installation is required. Point number 1, we are not required to install separately, sir. So automatically it is by default available at the part of JDK. Next, and after that, it is very easy to use, right? It's very easy to use. That part I will discuss soon. Don't worry about that. Working with the type 1 driver, working with the type 2 driver, like programs I will explain, there you can able to get. It's a very easy to use, right? Okay. So it is the biggest advantage is we are not required to install separately. Next, and after that, it's very easy to use. Sir, third important benefit of this type 1 driver. Observe that type 1 driver communicate with the database with the help of what? ODBC driver. Correct, right? Okay. My type 1 driver never communicates with the database directly. That's why it is the database independent driver. Remember this one, type 1 driver is the database independent driver because it is not communicating with the database. Who is the responsible to communicate with the database, right? ODBC driver is the responsible to communicate with the database. Clear for all of it? That's why migrating from one database to another database is very easy in the case of type 1 driver because it is a database independent driver. Are you getting? Database independent driver, sir. Okay, like next, what are various limitations are there? Yes, obviously there are a number of limitations are there for this type 1 driver, right? So just let me summarize what limitations are there. Just observe that, sir. There are several limitations are there, sir. What is the first limitation? Sir, take very special care about this one. What is the first biggest limitation, sir? In the case of type 1, how many conversions are required? Java calls should be converted into ODBC calls. ODBC calls should be converted into database specific calls. Sir, obviously, how many conversions are required, right? 2 conversions are required. Performance is going to be down, sir. Remember this one. Out of all 4 drivers, the slowest driver is a type 1 driver only. It is performance wise not at all up to the mark. That's why it is slowest driver. Are you getting? Slowest driver. I can use the word, it is also known as snail driver. What is the meaning of snails? Snail means what? Okay, which can move very slowly. I hope you people may aware, right? What is the snail? Just have a look once if you want. Okay, just the basic, at least this diagram you can. Sir, in the Google, just I'm taking snail images like. Have you observed, right? Now this is the snail, sir. Just observe that how they can move snails very slowly they will move, right? Okay, snail. So make sure are you able to get right. So type 1 driver is also known as what? Snail driver. It is the slowest driver among all JDBC drivers, right? Clear, right? Okay, sir, first one because 2 level conversions are required. Second one, sir, have you observed? Type 1 driver internally depends on what? ODBC driver. Type 1 driver internally depends on what? ODBC driver. So ODBC driver concept applicable only for Windows machines. Have you remembered, right? In the last video somewhere I covered ODBC concept applicable only for what? Windows machines. So that's why type 1 driver concept applicable only for Windows machines. Sir, I want to use Linux, I want to use Sun Solaris, then not possible. So platform independent nature we are going to miss because of this ODBC, right? Clear for all of it. That's why, sir, it is platform dependent driver. But this one, sir, it is the platform dependent driver applicable only for Windows machines. Remember that, okay? Sir, this is the second biggest problem, sir. We have to use our Java program only for Windows machine. Then where is the question of our Java platform independent nature we are missing if I use type 1 driver? Have you observed? First biggest problem, performance wise not up to the mark. Second biggest problem, platform dependent driver. It is applicable only for Windows because of internal ODBC driver. There is another reason is there, sir. Another limitation is there. Another very important limitation, right? Who is the responsible to provide type 1 driver? Sun Microsystems, As the part of JDK. Correct or not? As the part of Java. Once we install Java software, automatically type 1 driver is coming. Correct, right? But make sure this type 1 driver support available until 1.7 version only. Observe that carefully, sir. This type 1 driver support available until 1.7 version only. From Java 1.8 version onward, no type 1 driver. We have to discuss, we have to update to our friends or to our kids, say, Array, once upon a time there was a king, the king has 7 sons, like we are going to discuss small stories, right? Once upon a time there was a type 1 driver in the 1.7 version, like that we have to discuss, because from 1.8 version onwards there is no such type of support for this driver. Remember this. Are you able to understand? So every reason, every limitation is the big reason only. Performance wise not up to the mark, applicable only for Windows machines. Next, no support from 1.8 version onwards. So that's why this type 1 driver not at all recommended to you. It was the history. Once upon a time was available, but not currently. Is it clear, right? So type 1 driver architecture is the very clear for you people, right? Just observe that. Sir, Java application communicate with the type 1 driver communicate with the ODBC driver communicate with the database. Okay, so type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls, ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. These are type 1 driver acts as bridge between JDBC and ODBC. That's why type 1 driver is also known as JDBC ODBC bridge driver. Clear for all of it, right? Or simply which is also known as bridge driver, right? Okay, next who developed this one? Some people provided this type 1 driver, yeah, the part of JDK. Clear, right? Okay, next internally type 1 driver takes support of ODBC driver. What are various advantages of type 1 driver, right? The first biggest advantage, we are not required to install separately because it is available as the part of JDK. Next, it's very easy to use and maintain. Next, sir, this is our type 1 driver never communicates with the database directly. It is a database independent driver. Any database dependency is there. Who is going to take care, sir? ODBC driver is going to take care. Remember this one. That's why it is the database independent driver. Migrating from one database to another database will become very easy. Today I am using Oracle, sir. No. I don't want Oracle. I want to use MySQL. Then automatically migration will become very easy because type 1 driver never communicates with the database directly. Clear for all of it, okay? That's all. These are advantages, right? But what are various limitations? Slowest driver, platform dependent driver, because it is applicable only for Windows machine. Next, this driver is available until 1.7 version only. From 1.8 version onwards, this driver is not available. That's why, so this driver not at all recommended to use. Everyone can able to understand, right? What is type 1? What is the architecture? What is the functionality? What are the advantages? What are the limitations, right? Clear? Sir, up to this, it's very clear we covered about type 1 driver, right? Sir, what is functionality? What is the architecture? What are various advantages and limitations of type 1 driver? Everything we discussed. Let me review whatever we discussed so that you will get much clarity. Here observe that this is type 1 driver architecture, right? Okay, JDBC application communicates with the type 1 driver. Type 1 driver communicates with the ODBC driver. ODBC driver internally, this driver will take support of ODBC driver to communicate with the database, because type 1 driver internally takes support of ODBC driver to communicate with the database. Okay, next type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls, and the ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Have you observed, right? Type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls, ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Clear, right? Okay, next, sir, hence type 1 driver acts as bridge between JDBC and ODBC. Have you observed, right? Type 1 driver acts as bridge between JDBC JDBC and ODBC, right? So that's why this type 1 driver is also known as JDBC, ODBC bridge driver or simply bridge driver, right? Are you in a position to understand, right? Okay, sir, who provides type 1 driver? Sun Microsystems. Internally type 1 driver will take the support of ODBC driver. Type 1 driver converts JDBC calls into ODBC calls. ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Sir, what are various positives and the negatives of type 1 driver, right? Sir, now advantages of type 1, sir. It's very easy to use and maintain. Regarding it's very easy to use and maintain, I will explain how to work with the type 1 driver with the program. Don't worry about that. Next, we are not required to install separately because it's available at the part of JDK only. We are not required to install. Next, type 1 driver won't communicate with the database directly. Sir, who is the responsible to communicate with the database, right? ODBC driver is the responsible to communicate with the database. That's why, sir, type 1 driver is a database independent driver. Migrating from one database to another database will become easy. Have you observed? Type 1 driver won't communicate with the database directly, hence it is a database independent driver. Sir, because of this, migrating from one database to another database will become very easy, right? Clear, right? So these are the advantages related to type 1. Easy to use and maintain, not required to install because it's available as a part of JDK. Next, it never communicate directly with the database. That's why database independent driver. Migrating from one database to another database will become very easy. Okay, that's all. Next, what limitations are there, sir? What are various limitations of type 1? Very dangerous, sir. Sir, first, it is the slowest driver among all drivers. Because the reason is, how many level conversions are required? First, JDBC to ODBC, ODBC to database specific. 2 conversions are required. That's why it is the slowest driver, which is also known as snail driver. I showed already image of snail, right? Okay, sir, it is the slowest driver among all drivers, snail driver, because first it will convert JDBC calls into ODBC calls, and ODBC driver converts ODBC calls into database specific calls. Clear for all of it? So it is the slowest because of 2-level conversions. Okay. Next, this driver internally depends on ODBC driver, which will work only on Windows machines. Again, ODBC driver concept applicable only for what? Windows machines. That's why, sir, it is the platform dependent driver. So tomorrow, if you want to run your application on Linux platform or Sun Solaris platform, sorry boss, this type 1 driver can't work. It is applicable only for Windows machines. Next, last one, no support from JDK 1.8 version onwards. Remember that. Sir, this type 1 driver is available until 1.7 version only. From 1.8 version onwards, no such type of support. It was a history, that's all. Are you getting right? Because of this limitation, it's never recommended to use type 1 driver, right? Because of above limitation, it's not recommended to use type 1 driver. It was a history. That's it. Are you able to understand, right? Sir, if any person is asking in the entire room, can you please explain what is the architecture of type 1 driver, functionality of type 1 driver? Next, what are various advantages are there, limitations are there? You should be in a position to give left and right to the entire person. Clear for all of it, right? That's all this is about type 1 driver functionality, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered, okay, what are various types of SQL queries, the basic syntaxes of basic SQL queries, something like how to create table, how to insert data, how to retrieve data, how to update, delete, such type of basic knowledge. I hope you people aware, sir. Okay, because some people may not familiar with Oracle, are getting some people may not familiar with basic syntaxes also. For those people especially I covered. But now let me, sir, come back. Okay, with respect to JDBC, okay, what are various types of queries are there, sir? Very simple. Java developer point of view, Okay, Java developer point of view, all SQL queries are divided into two categories, right? Remember this one. One is, okay, already we covered in the last sessions, right? One is select queries. What is the first one, sir? Select queries. Second one is non-select queries. Are you getting? Select queries. Second one is non-select queries. Remember, sir, we have JDBC database point of view. There are multiple types of queries are there. DDL queries, DML queries, DQL, DCL, administration commands, like there are multiple. But anyway, Java point of view, JDBC point of view, sir, all queries are divided into two categories, right? What is the first categories are? Select queries. Second categories are non-select queries. Sir, select queries are, sir, I want to select, sir, select a star from movies. Have you observed, right? Select a star from movies. Sir, can you please select all rows present inside movies? Are getting select a star from movies. Sir, if I execute select a query, select a query, what I will get, sir? Can you spell out? Sir, I will get, sir, data. Are you getting that? I will get a data. Movie number, movie name, hero name, heroine name is a data. Sir, a group of records we will get. Are you getting that? A group of records we will get. Okay, select a star from movies. Sir, what we are going to get is a group of records. By default we are going to get, sir. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, in JDBC, this group of records we can represent by using what? Result set. Just aware the word, that's all. Sir, select a query to select a data from our database table, then we can go for select queries, right? Select star from movies. If I execute select a query, then we will get a group of records as output. But anyway, in JDBC, a group of records we can represent by using result set. But anyway, it is advanced. Just in the next I will explain much. But anyway, aware up to this, right? Sir, if I execute select a query, what I will get at the output, sir? Okay, we will get a group of records at the output. Remember, this group of records in JDBC we can represent by using what? Result set. Clear for all of you, right? So, select a query we can use to select a data from the table. If I execute select a query, then I will get a group of records. In JDBC, a group of records we can represent by using what? Result set. Are you getting? But anyway, this part I will discuss in detail next. Observe that up to this is very clear. Sir, assume in my database, sir, yesterday we in the last videos we created, have you observed, right, movies table and so on. Let me execute select a query, sir. Already I connected with my Oracle database, right? Sir, I'm in SQL command prompt. If I execute select the star from movies, are you getting? If I execute select a star from movies, if I execute that, have you observed, right? Now the data what I got here is, sir, movie number, movie name, hero, heroine, like a group of records by default we are going to get, sir. Make sure if I execute select a query, what output by default we are going to get, sir? A group of records. Clear for all of you, right? Very important JDBC point of view. These divisions are, make sure you should aware. Okay. Now, what is non-select query? Non-select queries are nothing but mostly DML commands, data manipulation commands, right? Sir, we can, sir, either it may be insert query. Sir, can you please insert one record into the database? It may be insert query, or it may be delete query, or it may be update query. Are getting? It may be update query. So, non-select queries are nothing but DML queries, either insert query or delete query or update query, right? Sir, now if I execute non-select query, what I will get? The outputs are very important because JDBC methods are defined based on these things only. Sir, I want to execute, I want to insert one row into database. Assume that, okay, insert into movies. Are you getting? Insert into movies. Values, okay, 4 is the movie number. Next and after that, can you spell out any movies, sir? Okay, 4, next and after that, here, spider, like this I'm taking. Are you getting? My movie name is a spider. Who is the hero there? Okay, Mahesh is the hero. Who is the heroine there? Assume that Rakul is the heroine, right? Sir, just observe. I'm trying to insert a value. I'm trying to insert a row in the database. Is it a non-selected query or not? Yes, it is a non-selected query. If I execute non-selected query, what I will get is one row created. Are you getting right? If I execute this query, what is the output I will get? One row created under this data will be inserted in the database. If you want, just observe that. Let me show, sir. Can you please guide, sir? What is the thing I have to take? Insert into movies values. Insert into movies values. Can you please tell 4 and movie name is spider. Okay, movie name is the spider. Next and after that, Mahesh is the hero name. Next and after that, heroine name is Rakul. Something like this. I took, sir, Rakul. Like, sir, is it selected query or non-selected query? Non-selected query. If I execute non-selected query, have you observed what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? Very, very important. One row created. Are you getting that? One row created. Same way, if I execute delete query. Are you getting that? If I execute delete query, delete from movies, where movie number is equal to 3 or movie number is equal to 4, I'm taking, sir. Then what is the output I will get? Sir, wherever movie number is the 4, all those rows by default will be deleted. Then it is going to tell one row deleted or 4 rows deleted, 5 rows deleted, like that it's going to provide. Everyone can able to understand, right? 1 row deleted, 2 rows deleted, like the number of rows deleted. 1 row deleted, like we are going to get. Sir, let me execute this code, sir, so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Sir, now I'm taking here legend delete from movies, where movie number is equal to 4, where movie number is equal to 4. Okay, like, sir, what is the output by default we are going to get? Have you observed, right? One row deleted, like that, right? Okay, one row deleted, like. So make sure, sir, if I execute non-selected query, either insert query or delete query or update query, if I execute, what I will get? I will get a number. I will get a numeric value at the output which represents the number of rows affected, the number of rows created, number of rows deleted, number of rows updated. Are you able to understand, right? First basic idea, compulsory you have to aware, then we will talk about remaining things, right? Clear for all of it, sir? JDBC point of view, sir, what about SQL queries? Sir, database SQL queries we are not required to worry, but JDBC point of view, this division is the very, very important, sir. Clear, right? Okay, sir, now can you please tell how many types of SQL queries are there? JDBC point of view, Java developer point of view, how many types of SQL queries are there? 2 categories. What is the first category, sir? Selected query. Second category, non-selected query. If I use a selected query, which can be used to select a group of records from the database. Okay, select star from movie. So, I'm going to select a star from movie. If I execute this query, then what I will get? A group of records we will get. This group of records we can represent by using what? Result set. Everyone can able to understand, right? Okay, it's a very important, sir. Sir, instead of select a query, if I execute non-selected query, which are non-selected queries, right? Either insert or delete or update. These are non-selected queries. Clear, right? Okay, sir, now my point is, if I execute non-selected queries, data manipulation commands, right? If I execute these queries, what I will get? I will get a number. I will get a number as output, which represent the number of rows updated, the number of rows deleted, the number of rows created, something like it's going to provide. Everyone can able to understand, right? Select queries, the result is always a group of records. Non-select select a queries, the result is always a number, numeric value which represent the number of rows created, number of rows deleted, number of rows updated. That's all. Clear up to this? Sir, JDBC point of view, how many types of queries are there? Two types of queries are there. One is select a query, second one is non-select a query. Clear, right? That's all. Now I hope up to this it's very clear. JDBC point of view, how many types of queries are there, sir? Select a queries, non-select a queries. Only two types of SQL queries are there. Okay? Sir, now what is the next cinema we have to talk about, sir? Sir, now I created statement object. Sir, for which purpose we can use statement object? To send our SQL query to the database. Sir, how I created statement object? Statement st is equal to can you spell out, sir? Con dot create statement. Are you getting? Statement st is equal to con dot create statement. Now statement is ready. Next, my SQL query is also ready, sir. It may be select a query or non-select a query. Sir, once a statement object is ready and SQL query is ready, now I have to execute this query, sir. Are you getting? Sir, in JDBC, to execute our SQL queries, how many execute methods are there? Sir, there are 3 execute methods are there, sir. Very, very important for the interview room. Make sure you should have clear clarity, sir. Sir, how many execute methods are available in JDBC to execute our SQL queries? 3 methods are available, right? Very, very important. Just let me talk about these methods, right? Sir, the first method, legend this one, sir. First method, execute query method. Can you spell out what is the first method? Execute query method. What is the second one, sir? Execute update method. Are you getting? What is the second method, sir? Execute update method. Third method, sir, execute method. Are you getting? What is the third method, sir? Execute method, like this. Sir, total to execute our SQL queries, how many methods are available in JDBC, right? Sir, execute query, execute update, and the execute methods, right? Sir, have you observed? All the methods are execute only. So, similarity is there in the method names because purpose is always same to execute our queries only. Then, what is the difference between these 3 methods? When we should go for which method? You should have clear clarity. Clear for all of you, right? Up to this? Sir, once statement object is ready, SQL query is ready, then I have to execute that SQL query by sending with the statement object. To execute SQL query, how many execute methods are available in JDBC, sir? 3 methods are available. Sir, statement interface define these 3 methods. That's why these methods we require to call on statement object. Of course, how to call, how in which situation we have to use, I will explain, sir. But as of now, just remember how many execute methods are available. Can you tell how many execute methods are available, sir? 3 methods. What is the first one? Execute query method, execute update method. Third one is what? Execute method. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. Now let me talk about first method, execute query method, right? Sir, very, very important. Next 15-20 minutes, more concentration must be required, sir, because very important question for the interview room. What is the difference between execute query, execute update, and execute method? Because similarity in the words, similarity in the purpose. Okay. Now, what is the first method we have to discuss, sir? Can you spell out? Sir, the first method is execute query method. Just observe that. Execute query method, right? Sir, point number 1. Observe that very carefully. Point number 1. We can use execute query method, okay, to execute select queries. Are you getting right? To execute which queries, right? Select queries, right? Sir, I know, sir, I want to execute select query. Select a star from employees, select a star from movies. Like I want to execute select query. If you want to execute select query, then we should go for what? Execute query method. Clear for all of you, right? Next, I covered already. If I execute select query, sir, something like select star from movies. Are you getting right? If I execute select a query, then what is the output I will get, sir? I will get output group of records. Correct or not? Sir, we can get output as group of records. In JDBC, group of records can be represented by result set. Remember this one, sir. What is the result set? Set of results, set of records. Okay, result set. That's why if I execute select a query by using execute query method, then we will get result set as return type. Remember this one. That's why what is the return type of execute query method is, what is the return type of execute query method, sir? Result set. Clear for all of you, right? That's why just observe that complete prototype I'm taking public. What is the return type of execute query method? Result set. Public result set. What is the method name, sir? Execute query method. Now this is string SQL query. Whatever your SQL query you require to pass. Sir, while executing, if any problem is coming, there may be a chance of SQL exception. Are you getting right? There may be a chance of SQL exception, right? Sir, this is total complete prototype of this method. Are you getting? Sir, execute query applicable for select queries. The return type of execute query method is result set. Sir, if I want just a Java code, let me take, sir. Result set RS is equal to result set RS is equal to st dot execute. What is the method name? Execute query. st dot execute query. Select star from. Are you getting? Select star from movies. Observe that. Select star from movies. That's all. So if I have SQL query, by using which method we can execute? If it is select a query, which method we require to go for? Execute query method. What is the return type of execute query method? Result set. But how you can access this result set? That part I will take care. Don't worry about that, sir. Sir, up to this is the clear, right? That's all. So in JDBC, how many execute methods are there to execute our SQL queries? Can you spell out how many methods are available, sir? 3. What is the first one? Execute query, execute update. Third one is execute. Execute query method applicable for select queries or select operations, right? So the result of select query is the result set. A group of records, that is the result set. That's why the return type of execute query method is always what? Result set. So how to use execute query method? Result set RS is equal to st dot execute query of select star from movies. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. Not required to keep much explanation about this terminology, right? First method, execute query method, clear. Sir, up to this, the first method we covered, execute query, which is applicable for select operations, right? Now let me go for second method, sir. Can you spell out what is the second method? Execute update method. Are you getting? What is the second one? Execute update method. Sir, related to this execute update method, the first important point I have to highlight is it is applicable for non-select operations. Are you getting right? It is applicable for non-select operations or non-select queries. Sir, which queries are non-select queries, right? Usually DML queries, DML commands, right? Sir, can you spell out which are DML commands? Insert. It may be insert, or it may be delete, or it may be update. Are you getting? It may be update. So sometimes our programming requirement is, I want to insert a new record in the database. I want to update a existing record. I want to delete some records from the database. If you want to perform these non-select operations, then we should go for what? Execute update method. Are you able to understand, right? Point is very clear. Execute update method is applicable for non-select operations, right? Clear for all of it, okay? Sir, now if I execute insert query or delete query, sir, have you remembered? Somewhere I covered delete from movies, where movie number is greater than 10. Assume that, sir. Sir, now all movies whose movie number greater than 10 I want to delete because I want only 10 movies in my table. Okay, then maybe it's going to return what? Have you remembered, right? It's going to return what? Sir, three rows deleted. Have you remember? 3 rows deleted. Like that it's going to get. Sir, it's always going to return some number. If it is a delete, 3 rows deleted or 1 row deleted, 2 rows deleted. If it is the insert, 1 row created, 2 rows created. Like if it is the update, 3 rows updated, 4 rows updated. Like, sir, do you know, if I execute non-selected query, what I will get, sir? A number we will get at the output which represents the number of rows affected, the number of rows created, deleted, updated. So this number is going to represent. That's why the return type of execute update method is always int value which represents the number of rows affected. Clear for all of you, right? Not required to keep much explanation. Sir, point number 1, execute update method is applicable for non-selected queries. The return type of execute update method is int value which represents the number of rows affected. Clear, right? Sir, now let me go for complete prototype of this method. Public int. Have you remembered? The return type of execute update method is int. Next, execute update. Public int execute update of here string SQL query throws SQL exception. Are you getting? Throws SQL exception. Sir, make sure execute update method is applicable for non-selected queries. Regarding the return type of execute update method is int, sir. Int. Next, while executing this query, there may be a chance of some exception. Sir, it is going to throws SQL exception. Clear, right? Sir, can you explain with an example what is the Java code to use this one? Very simple, sir. Observe that. Sir, int x is equal to st dot execute update. Can you spell out, sir? st dot execute update of delete from employees. Are you getting? I have one employee table is there, sir. Delete from employees where is shall greater than 10,000. Like this I'm taking, sir. Have you observed? Delete from employees where is shall greater than 10,000. Sir, suppose assume that organization is in financial crisis. Then all employees whose salary greater than 10,000. Can you please delete all these employees? Sir, it is a non-selected query. To execute non-selected query, which function we require to call, sir? st.execute update method we require to use. Is it clear for all of you? Now it is going to return, sir, number. Sir, number. This int value represents the number of rows affected, the number of rows deleted, the number of rows updated, the number of rows created. Like, sir, now system.out.println, the number of rows deleted, or otherwise the number of employees deleted, the number of employees deleted is plus x. Regarding the number of rows deleted is plus x. Everyone can able to understand, right? So this is for how to use execute update method. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, make sure, sir. What is the purpose of execute update method? Sir, first method we covered execute query. Execute query applicable for select operations, right? Execute update method applicable for non-select operation. Like insert, delete, update command, DML commands, right? Sir, example, delete from movies where movie number greater than 10. Have you observed? If I execute non-selected query, then I will get a number as output. That number represent the number of rows created, number of rows deleted, number of rows updated. Sir, now how to use that? Sir, int x is equal to st dot execute update delete from employees where is greater than 10,000. Sir, can you please delete all employees whose salary greater than 10,000? Are you getting right? How many many number of employees are there? Maybe 10 or 20 or 30. All those 30 employees will be deleted from my employees table. Now how many number of employees deleted I want to know. These are return types are system.out.println. The number of employees deleted is x value is nothing but what? The return type of execute update method. Clear for all of it, right? Sir, up to this we covered only two things. What are the first ones are? Execute query method. Second ones are execute update method, right? Execute query method applicable for select operations. Execute update method is applicable for non-select operations, right? Clear up to this? That's all.